Well, there you are. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Finally. Hi, everybody. Happy 420. Uh, I have been doubling the marijuana brownies again today because it seems appropriate. And I think I need to go have another brownie. Um, but I am going to play marijuana clips for you tonight. I have some marijuana clips. I don't have any Tucker clips. Don't have any COVID clips. I just have marijuana clips tonight. And then we're going to do something the YouTube censors feels is very deviant. Ha! Fuck them. So, we'll do that momentarily because we can. It's called freedom. Look it up. And what else do we have to do? Oh, we have big fat dabs. We have big fat dabs. Hopefully we'll get a big fat dab out of there on 420. We have our lovely ninjas to share the big fat dabs with on 420. Oh, and I have a video clip of Craig's son's first hemp fest. It is hilarious. So, where should we start? Huh? Oh, did I say thank you for tuning in? Thanks so much for tuning in. You guys are the greatest. It would just be ridiculous for me to be sitting here talking to myself. My dog's not even in the room. So, what is the fucking point of it all unless you're here? So, thanks so much for making it worthy of my time. I really appreciate it. Huh? Nope, not that one. Is there a new one, Craig? Is there the one from last night? Oh, Richmond Beach. There. That one is from last night. My friend Sam came over. We went and we barbecued. And then we went down to the beach at sunset, and Sam made this lovely video for us. So I thought that you guys might enjoy that this evening. Stop touching your face. Stop touching your face. Why you keep touching your face? Because I can. Speaking of which, I think we should have a big fat dap. Do I have a little video? I have a little video. Let me see. Little video. People have the right to choose the marijuana they want to smoke. Don't you know? And we'll be discussing that much, much more this evening. Oh, this looks so good. Oh my God, it looks so... This is going to be amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God, yes. All right. So, this is my first dab today. On 420, I waited for you guys to have my first dab because, you know, I'm a gentleman, you know. I like to share with the people that mean the most to me. So, you know, I waited and I waited and I waited. And then I was like, oh, I better press some weed. Otherwise, I'm not going to have any weed to smoke. And I pressed some weed. And then I waited and I waited. And now is the time when we smoke the marijuanas. But first, a clip. Let's see, which clip shall we play? Which clip shall we play to fill the empty? Let's see, hold on. First legal weed. Let's just do this one. Clip 2.
Even though marijuana is about to be legalized, the issue of pot on university campuses is still uncertain. UBC, however, has drafted a policy now that allows limited cannabis use, while other Canadian schools are banning it altogether. The CBC's Rafferty Baker reports.
Long before national legalization, getting a waft of cannabis smoke on campus wasn't unusual, something that's not lost on some students. But how UBC ought to regulate pot use on campus is a debate.
I think to put in place any other kind of regulations would go against the culture that's already in place here and would kind of create more problems than it solves.
I would like it if it was more private, because it kind of, when you're trying to learn and it's kind of can be distracting maybe.
Most universities are crafting cannabis policies that mirror rules around tobacco, which often means pot smoking on campus won't be tolerated after legalization. But UBC generally allows cigarettes outside at least 8 meters from doorways, and so it will go for pot. There are some exceptions. On residence property, cannabis possession will be strictly regulated, and smoking or vaping won't be allowed even where tobacco is permitted.
I mean, we're a university, so we're very focused on evidence-based decision-making.
UBC's approach looks relatively liberal compared to other institutions. The Canadian Cancer Society released a report this month urging completely smoke-free campuses. It counts 65 out of about 260 universities and colleges across the country that have adopted smoke-free plans. But UBC isn't one of them.
Research is suggesting that actual behavior by individuals is not likely to change in a material way. When you criminalize activity that people are engaging in anyways, all it does is drive the behavior underground. That can create unexpected consequences, and so we don't want to make poor policy decisions in that way.
The new rules will come into effect next month, but consultation will continue into next year, meaning the draft policy could actually change again before the matter is ultimately settled. Rafferty Baker, CBC News, Vancouver.
All right. So now is when we do the dabs in space. So follow me and do exactly as you see, because it is 4:20 after all day today. All day, every day, right? Endless summer forever. All right, you ready? All right, you ready? Dabs in space. Here we go. What happened? Is it still going where you're at? I can't see it. My mind got screwed up. Alright. So, now that you've all joined us, I have this and I'm feeling so much better. I'm ready for my cup of tea, and I don't have a cup of tea. So I have a cup of tea downstairs. I'm going to go get it. And I have this excellent clip from HempFest at 420. This is, I think, is this CJ's first 420? Yeah, this is CJ's first 420. CJ is Craig's son. And don't tell me not to touch my face. And if you notice, it's his first HempFest. He's at the main stage at 420, and he's wearing a purple HempFest core staff shirt, right? And these are very coveted shirts, like nobody can get them. He's wearing a HempFest core staff shirt, and you could just see on the faces of the hemp staff people, that they were HempFest staff people, that they were like, where'd you get that? Because like, again, you don't give those out. Anyways, they were not very, those people, I have never seen anybody need a bong hit more than those people who run the HempFest. It's really weird. But again, if you watch, he's wearing a HempFest core staff t-shirt, and then like a minute into it, he falls down on the ground and spills his popcorn everywhere.
It's not a shirt that a 13-year-old should be wearing. Let's just make it clear. We know people. Okay, I'll bounce off.
All right, let's see. Which one is that? Oh, it's at the top, right? All right, let's see.
One down. There you go. Fourth one down.
That one.
Boom.
Okay.
Roll it.
Are going to start on 10 and count backwards, and you can do it. 10, 9. What time is it? All right. Cool. Man, I can't tell you how long we've been looking forward to looking back on this time. Woo. Okay.
What time is it?
And my cock.
I want to remind you of a couple quick things that I have a responsibility to talk to you about. And do we have, we have fire extinguisher or something. I don't know what's going on. I want to tell you that we passed I-75 last year, making simple possession of Lewis police priority in the city limits. And the Seattle Police Department the city of Seattle has respected that. There was an article in the Seattle Times not too long ago showing that marijuana arrests have plummeted since the pass of I-75. I want to thank the Seattle Police Department who put their lives on the line every day for us. When I'm in trouble, I do not call any of you guys. I call the Seattle Police Department. And they have shown that they respect the law, so let's be responsible and let's show them our respect all year long. Not just at HempFest. Let's show them our respect all year long. The Port Police Department, the Port of Seattle Police Department, they also put their lives on the line to protect us and make sure, that the Homeland Security, with stuff coming in our ports, that nothing blows up or anything like that from the crazy terrorists that are across the oceans that want to hurt us and all that stuff for whatever reason. I want to thank the fire department, the Seattle Fire Department, and first responder medics who are here and who are everywhere. They are the heroes of 911, the police and the medics. They're the ones that died on 911 along with thousands of civilians. The civilians were trying to get out. They had no way to escape. But the police and fire department, they knew what was happening and they went in anyway. And they lost their lives. And I don't know, if that's not cool enough for you, giving up your life to protect people, I don't know what is. So can we give a thank you to those that aren't here and those that are? 1, 2, 3. You're the best crowd in the world! Give yourselves a hand, but not too much, you'll slap somebody next to you.
You're the stonedest crowd in the world!
Okay, can we get a couple more hundred people up on stage? I'm just kidding, it's all good. No worries. Cougar, come on, let's make it quick, Cougar.
Make some
What you got going on here, man?
All right, we're back out of it. You want me to drop something else up? Yep.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need this. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky. Some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right, so hey Craig, can you hear me? Can you make it so that this clip doesn't start over every time? All right, so that was Hemp Fest. I don't know if you guys saw the Craig said to point out that if you noticed the little white things that were being flung out into the audience was marijuana cigarettes or joints, or some people like to call them spliffs. But I guess spliffs have tobacco in them technically. So, anyways, the Hemp Fest, you know, the thing is you have to look at this and you have to go, are those days gone? Are people going to pass a joint to another person and want to be sharing that again? You know, again, this is the world that I've lived in a long time. I swap spit with very few people. I got told, 20 years ago that I was gonna die from a cold, and so I started social distancing then, you know. So I don't do that thing where everybody shares a joint. I'm even really questionable, like on dab rigs, like when I have the dab rig, right, and somebody comes over, I pull out a different dab rig so that they can puff off of it all they want. I'll set it up all you want, but I'm not gonna smoke out of that one because I don't want to do that. Because I'm social distancing, fuckhead. You're lucky I'm sharing my same space with you. But again, I'm very good at it. This is something I've been doing for a long time. So, and this is yesterday. This is the sunset yesterday. We went to hi Jackie Cat. We went to the my friend Sam came over and he brought his drone and we had a barbecue and we stuffed ourselves, and then it was like, oh, we got the drone is charged, let's go down, and he shot some video for us. And if you look, I don't know if I'm in the way here, I think I might be in the way, but if you look closely, if I'm not in the way, you can see me and the dogs down there walking around. So if you catch that, I don't know. It might be. I might be too. See, it should be right down. Are they right there? Are they there right now? They're not there right now. That's a good spot. No, we were in a good spot. You were right. But either way, I gotta. That's kind of the area that you'll see us in down there in that corner over there. We will be walking around and we'll come back, and then the drone kind of comes down right in front of us, which was cool. I mean, it's a pretty sick ride. Craig's like, I got to get me one of those. Sam's like, you can just use mine whenever you need it, because that's the kind of guy he is. What's that? Oh. we walked around. I guess you can see us a little bit in a couple places, but at the end, the video, you can see us as we're over there in that general area over there, and you can see the dogs, and they're very happy because that was their second walkie. Did you get the Magnuson video from yesterday? Which one is that one? Oh, okay. Yeah, and we went to the Magnuson Park, which is yesterday during the day because it's such a beautiful day, and they had it all blocked off, so we couldn't drive and park where we usually park, and which was kind of good because then when we walked down by the water, there wasn't like the usual party scene that's down there because the party people have to be able to get their beer close to the water, or they don't want to go down there. So, and I ain't hiking the damn beer 3 miles down to the water. But it's no problem to do that with the dogs. It's actually kind of fun. It's actually really fun. So we just wandered around through the brush, and we tried to stay off the main trails because we didn't want to be. And we got there, right? And there's like this dickhole fucking animal enforcement officer, right? And we get there, and Craig's like, well, if we follow this path right here, and just take it, and it goes around that way, and it'll take us right to the doggy park. And I'm like, there's gonna be too many people at the doggy park. I don't want to. I want to be. It's kind of claustrophobic in there, and I want to be more separate. So let's cut across the trail and see. Let's cut across this field right here and see what's there. And we're walking across this field, and there's people playing over here, and there's people playing over there, and there's like a dozen dogs crisscrossing back and forth across the field. It's not doggy park. It's like a baseball field and some other thing kind of field. I think like multiple baseball fields. And we're walking across, and this fucking animal enforcement officer, right? We saw his truck when we were walking, when we were going towards when we were getting out of the car. We're like, okay, there's an animal enforcement officer, so keep your eyes open. And here he comes walking. I mean, he's like walking across the field, and then he detours to come straight towards us, right? There is a dozen dogs on this field. He detours. He's coming across this way, and then he detours to beeline towards us, right? And you can tell he's just stomping his feet, and he's got on his fucking big old vest, and you can tell he takes steroids and shit, and he's just like, can't walk dogs, or city law. You can't walk the dogs in any field, like play field, like a soccer field or a baseball field or whatever. And we're like, oh well, there's no sign, and we didn't know that law. And he's like, we know it now. Okay. And he's like, he's like, so get off the field. And I'm like, okay, well, there's a walkway right over there. Can we go to that walkway? He's like, I suppose. And I mean, it's just like fucking everybody needs to know who's in charge. There's a dozen dogs on the fucking field. He did not walk up to anybody else that I saw. I mean, we walked along that field for quite some time. We watched him. He walked over to his fucking truck and did some other shit. Craig was worried about him fucking gonna fuck with us the whole time, but again, we just kind of disappeared into the brush. We went off the beaten trail. It was awesome. So, and we'll play that video for you later, or see what. Let's see. Yeah, see that strip down there to the left up there, or let's see, my right to. Oh, there we are. There we are. See, that's me and the doggies. So in case anybody wanted to see me and the doggies, there they are. And they were very happy doggies last night, let me tell you. So, we got that going for us on 420, or actually it was 419, which is kind of cool. And I have other clips. I have clips about, I just have clips about marijuana. Let's have clips about marijuana. That's it. Just marijuana. Because it's 420. 420. So smoke them if you got them. Okay? That's kind of the thing that we do on 420. And even though we're all self-quarantining, I understand the cannabis stocks are going through the roof. Ha! The stock market tanking, but the cannabis stocks are going boom, boom, boom. And you know why? Because it's what I keep saying. It's just this untapped, fucking amazing resource for humans and humankind from now until eternity. And for whatever reason, we've been kept in the dark about it for the last 60 years. So, enjoy, relax. It's your life. This is your world. You're the top of the food chain. You can move through it as you wish, deciding what you want to put into your body, what you enjoy putting into your body. And you know what helps you if you have a cookie or a little puff, because those pills that they give you to help you for many of the same issues, reasons, are incredibly dangerous to you and your future and your mind and your body. So, think twice. Cannabis. Oh, and by the way, you know what we're going to do today? We're going to take this glass right here, and we're going to take... God damn it, I'm trying to do something. What? Oh, not again, dude. Not again. I have a magic box. And I have a glass. And I'm gonna do magic trick.
Uh-oh. Here comes something. A magic box. Uh-oh.
Magic box. And then I have my magic fucking tin. So look out. You better look out. Look out. Here comes the Spider-Man.
He's got a box.
I got a box. Everybody look out. He's got a box. Run. He's got a box. And I got a jar. Also, I have a jar.
Uh-oh.
I know. Now we're all in trouble.
Not the jar, boss. Not the jar. Okay. Hey, well, happy 420, Michael.
Okay. Well, happy 420 to you too, Michael.
That's a nice, that looked purplish when it was fucking new. That looked like it was purple.
It's supposed to be blue.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, it's got a blue tint to it. What is that? What strain?
This is Blueberry Headband.
Oh, does it taste fruity? Oh,
yeah, it tastes really sweet.
Yeah. All the fucking pineapples and blueberries and stuff, they taste pretty fruity. Nice, very nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks good. That's what you call what do you call that? What do I call it? I can't remember what I call it. It's a farm trim, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good one. And in this tin right here, in this glass right here, I have Blueberry Headband seeds, and I'm going to put a little bit of water in here, and we're going to drop one of these seeds in here into this water and do something that YouTube censors considers to be almost deviant. We're going to start a flower.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. And then you know what? Every day I'm going to come out here and I'm going to show you what the flower looks like today. It's going to be our desk flower for our show.
You know I've never done that.
Never done what?
I've never dropped a seed into water. I always do it in paper towels.
I'm going to drop it in the water.
Okay. Well, you got lots of seeds to waste, so go ahead.
I do. I have so many fucking seeds. Oh my God. Not as many as you, though.
Well, I'm sure you have more strains than I do.
I can get more. I have lots. I have like this tin right here. This tin right here weighs like fucking 10 pounds, and the only thing that's in it is little tiny seeds.
Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, your mood is kind of light today, and that's good, I guess. I mean, we can't stop living just because the world's coming to an end.
It's a fucking beautiful day, man.
Yeah, it's good weather up there.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Couldn't be better.
Probably about the same here. Yeah, kind of 65 and overcast. Is that what you got up there?
No, it's just blue sky here, and it's like almost 70.
Yeah. Well, they're finding out that this plague attacks the blood too. There's a lot of people talking about blood clots and how they form blood clots, and YouTube is cracking down on the people that say that it was crossed with the AIDS virus in a lab, and especially so. I mean, I'm not losing my seriousness over it. I think I keep a good balance between being really serious about this global event and living a happy life at home. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old.
Have you not eaten any fucking marijuana today on 420, dude?
No, I got a big fat joint here that I smoked a quarter of it, and I'll probably smoke some more when I get off the phone with you. But I'm fine. It's just
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just keep telling yourself that.
You can't distract me from this fucking crisis, man.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to distract you.
Well, I don't need to be distracted. I can laugh at everybody's jokes and still keep my mind on what I'm focused on, and I'm kind of focused on that issue, man. It's like, I think we need to pay attention to it.
Okay, who flung poo?
Okay. Who flung the fucking poo, man? So, yeah. So, I don't know. I'm still finding out. I don't have any new facts except I think they crossed the fucking coronavirus with elements of the HIV gene. And I did find out today that some doctors are saying that the nature, when it goes through, the virus goes through 100,000 people or so, or a bunch of people, nature seems to eliminate the unnatural addition, which would be the parts of the HIV genome. So nature itself is getting rid of the man-made element. And so that's kind of good news. And, they're really cracking down on that French Nobel doctor who says it's so evident that HIV was inserted in a lab. You can't mistake it. And none of the mainstream media wants this guy to be able to talk. But you're seeing all the Fruit Loops come out, it's the dawning of a brand new age, and all we have to do is ascend to the 19th dimension, and Q and Trump are taking care of the deep state. Trust the plan. It's all in the plan, and so it's just a mixed up bag of shit, man. But
you hear anything about Kim Jong-un?
No, I heard he was seen in a deli in New York or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it says North Korean leader in grave danger after surgery on the screen right now on CNN.
What kind of surgery?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. This is the first I heard of it.
Oh, you're watching the Chiraq?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't know, man. It's like God bless Kim Jong-un and all those people. They pay people to cry in North Korea. Our fearless leader got a hangnail, and then they got 10,000 weeping people. Have you ever seen those videos where the North Koreans are crying?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be awesome, though, to have like 10,000 people cry for you and call you fearless leader?
No.
No?
No. Who flung poo, man? That's what I want to know. Who flung fucking poo? Well, I mean, I want people to get back to work. I want the world to get back to kind of normal, and I want the demons in the White House and the Congress and the deep state and the corporations to be overthrown, trampled underfoot, like Led Zeppelin says, trampled underfoot, and I want sane and responsible, humble people who are very brave to take positions of power in the so-called government and not let this shit happen again. This is too big of a fucking event to fall asleep and pay attention to rock videos and marijuana, even if it is 420. You know, it's just another day to me. I know a lot of people. I mean, smoke your weed and have fun and listen to rock and roll, but don't forget there's people suffering and dying, and I won't. I just can't do that, man. I'm too serious about all the tragedies going on. I can't participate too much in joviality when there's fucking all this death and tragedy all over the place. It's like, fuck. You know, you call me any name you want, but I'm just.
I didn't call you a single name. I don't know what you're just like justifying. I have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Okay, I'm sitting here. I haven't said a word for. And you're just going on and on like I have no idea what the fuck you're doing. I'm just trying to enjoy the day, dude. Okay? The day is the day. If the world is fucked, then let's enjoy the day. You know, I mean, look, if you can, then let's do it. You know, you need to fucking eat some goddamn marijuana. Because when you eat your marijuana, I can tell, and when you don't eat your marijuana, I can tell. And I know it, and I pointed it out right away, didn't I?
Maybe it's just my personality you don't like. Maybe you're just
no. Maybe you need to eat more fucking marijuana.
Well, I just ate beautiful Mahatma rice, the best rice on the planet. Fucking half an inch long, and it doesn't stick together. It's beautiful rice. And I didn't put any marijuana in the gravy or nothing because I'm doing just fine, man.
I'm fine. That's a second. Everything's fine. Remember that song? Can't remember who sung it, but there was, I don't think it was Alanis Morissette, but it was like that kind of song. It was like, everything's fine. I love that song.
Well, there's lots of songs like that, like Elvis Costello, you know, he's got a song, Mother, Father, I'm doing so well, I'm doing something, you can hardly tell. I got my sentence, I got my command. Goon Squad's the name of that song. But, you know, every rock star puts the satirical lyric in his song.
Well, everything's fine is not sad or satiric. I mean, it's a little bit satirical when you know, I mean, I'm just pointing out that's the second time you've said it. It's like you're trying to convince me or something. You know, and I'm just saying, I repeated you both times now, and it's, you know, it's just that, I mean, that's not what you keep saying. You get done saying, I'm not going to pretend like people aren't dropping dead every fucking where.
I sound like Greta Thunberg, you know, people are dying. Entire ecosystems are being destroyed.
Dude, I talk about the mass extinction all the time, okay? And I talked about it before there was the coronavirus. Okay?
You're such a buzzkill, Mike.
I know, man.
Talking about shit like that.
It's just a fact. I'm trying to steer us a better direction.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love butterflies and flowers, and I don't like.
Is that for real? I mean, I know you love flowers, but you really love butterflies?
And moths. Too. Yeah, I like moths.
Yeah, I like moths.
Except these little white ones that fly around here.
Yeah, I hate those little white ones, man. They piss me off, dude.
They fucking land. You know, every ecosystem has its own pest for marijuana. So the pests that I have here at 600 feet in this climate, in this little ecosystem, I could drive 20 miles up into the mountains. They got a completely different pests for the outdoor growers up there. And around here where I live, it's those little white moths that come in and they lay their fucking larvae on the
yeah, those things are horrible, man.
Yeah, and then you get worms crawling through, or caterpillars crawling through your buds and shit if you don't get rid of them. And it's so, you know.
I haven't had that problem here when I've been outdoor, but it's one of those things I worry about because it looks devastating.
Well, yeah, you get a lot more waste that way, you know. It creates mold because the caterpillars poop in the bud, and then you gotta fucking
it looks devastating, dude.
As a matter of fact, I developed my own strain of marijuana called caterpillar poop. Green caterpillar poop.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, I'm wondering why people won't buy it though. It's like, dude, it's a special strain, man. It's a magic caterpillar poop. So,
it's like, haven't you guys seen Alice in Wonderland? Come on.
Yeah, right, yeah. On top of the mushroom. Was that a caterpillar on the mushroom, or was that somebody else?
Hookah smoking caterpillar.
That's right, yeah. So, I don't know. You know, I don't want us to get complacent to this fucked up situation. I think that's the place where I'm at. It's like, I'm not gonna let this drop, man. You got fucking people, you know, people dying, nurses crying on YouTube. I must have seen 6 videos of nurses crying on YouTube, and it's like, oh fuck, it must be stressful seeing all that shit, you know.
It's horrible, dude. It's a horrible job. I mean, you know, the medical profession, you know, in general is just not something you want to get into unless it's some kind of like breast augmentation or something like that, because it's just fucking guts and poop and blood, you know. So it's horrible, and you should know. And it was that before it ever became coronavirus.
Well, yeah, and they have, it's not like those people's education make them too much smarter than us. Like, I got 2 sisters, they both went through college, they both have degrees, they're both doctors, and they're some of the most psychologically fucked up and slow people I've ever met, and these are my sisters, so it's like, I mean, and then people just kind of repeat the quote-unquote knowledge that somebody else told them. So there's a giant learning curve about how to deal with SARS-2, and if they're squelching the information on the AIDS additive, the genome additive, then that's a pretty good indication that it's probably true. And I mean, and I can understand why the governments don't want the general public to know that. It's like a general public would panic and freak out and probably overthrow the government. So, you know, I'm not certain, but I'm leaning towards that being, since a Nobel laureate came out and said, yeah, we've identified parts of the AIDS genome in combination with the SARS-2, and it couldn't have come about in a natural way. It can only be done in a laboratory. That's where I'm leaning as for what the facts are, you know. It's, and people say, well, it didn't, you know, America made the virus, it didn't come out of Wuhan. Well, that's only half true. It did come out of Wuhan. I know that American money funded the research in 3 different labs, North Carolina, Maryland, and China. So, I know that, but, you know, like I said the other night, that which can be destroyed by the truth should be. So we should destroy the corporations that are responsible for this and the governments that are responsible for this. And that's where my mind, my sharp as an arrowhead mind is focusing. You know, that's where my arrow is going. It's like, I don't want this shit to be buried in the superfluous garbage of mainstream media combined with the what's that word? Controlled opposition narrative. Also, you know, it's like I want the real truth to come out. It's too serious because if, like I said, if we let this go, they'll do it again. Except this time, next time it'll be worse. And let's just hope we get some of our freedoms back. You know, so I'm not the kind of guy to give up his freedom. If I ever if I ever have to fight 2 or 3 cops, I'll make sure one of my friends videotapes it, and he'll send you the video.
Oh, good.
You can put roses on my grave, man.
Well, we'll make sure everybody knows where it's at.
Yeah, well, anyways, so, yeah, I mean, enjoy the day, man. I want people to be happy. Not only is it the right thing to do, it boosts your immune system, too, by being happy. So, yeah, not much news, but over the weekend, but I'm still investigating. I sound like Steve, what's this fuck from Toilet Paper Central? What's his name? Steve McClanahan. Steve McClanahan, right. But I'm still investigating, and I ain't going to let it go, Mike. I ain't going to let it go.
Clearly.
So, yeah, I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you're loose and lighthearted. That's a good thing.
Eat your marijuana, dude.
Okay, I'm too serious. Who flung poo, man? Who flung poo? I want to find out.
I hear you. I want to find out too.
Okay, so what do you got lined up? You said you only have...
I just have weed clips, man. I just have weed clips, or just all old weed clips, or just weed clips, mostly Canadian, talking about, you know, first weed fucking stores opening up, and talking about how there's no supply, and, you know, just because I could have played, there was like 2 or 3, 4, I got tons of fucking video from today. I captured a bunch of video, but I don't want to do it. You know, I want to come out here and I want to just say hi, and I want to have a bong hit with everybody, and I want to start a new flower, and then I want everybody to go and have a nice evening.
Well, since it's 420 and this is the subject of the day, let's make sure that all future generations and this generation can grow marijuana in their backyards, just like tomatoes, just like lettuce, and with no permits and no regulation. That's a worthwhile objective. That's the way it should be, you know. I don't want to have to fucking get a permit to grow an apple tree, so why should I get a permit to grow marijuana? I mean, everybody should grow it. Everybody in their front fucking yard.
Well, I don't know about the front yard, but they should grow. They should grow it. I mean, I think everyone should grow. I think the science is gonna take off, where it's gonna be like a lot of people are actually. A lot of, like, even mom and pops are going to be like growing, because the thing is that a lot of people are buying into the CBD thing, right? So and I think CBD is wonderful, and there's some really wonderful CBD strains out there, but you want to grow this yourself. You want to make your own butter, or whatever else, however else you want to prepare it, but you want to know what the CBD is that you're eating, or THC. I highly recommend that you get something with some THC too, because I really think, especially if you're helping, if you're trying to help. Like your elderly, like if you have your mom or something and you're worried about dementia and stuff, this is really a good place to start with the cannabis, because it's just, again, it's a flower, it's nature, it's there for all of us, and again, there's cannabinoid receptors all throughout the brain, all throughout the body. And if you fuel those cannabinoid receptors properly, You know, I think that people from suffering from dementia, again, the THC, the reason I say THC is because if you're older and you have these aches and pains and stuff like you see in the Bright Side commercial, you know, where your joints and everything kind of hurt, and then it's hard to get out of this funk. So if you can do something to lighten that up a little bit with a little bit of THC, and then you know all your wonderful CBD, I can't. If you can get if you're worried about your parents, you got to start growing some flowers, man.
Well, I have a guy that came by 10 days ago, kind of old hippie type dude, and you know he buys weed off me very sporadically, and he came by about 10 days ago, and hey man, I haven't seen you. And of course I insist that everybody calls. You know, I don't like people walking on my property. I got 7 no trespassing signs, and only the retarded people get past the 7th no trespassing sign. Like, oh well, I haven't seen him for a year, but yeah, he'll be happy to see me. And they ignore all 7 of the no trespassing signs. You know, only fucking police, firemen, and dumb fucks do that. You know, I'm gonna have to put a 8th and a 9th one up, and one says, my dog will eat your nuts, and the 9th one will say, I'm going to shoot you in your face if you fucking don't call first before coming over. So, because people are stupid. You know, you could put up 40, and they'll still walk by all 40 of them. You would think 1 would be enough. So this guy, I know him. He must have lost my number or something, so he drops by. So once the shock wore off of somebody coming by my house without calling, you know, I sat down and talked to him, and he wanted to buy $100 worth of weed, so I sold him $100 worth of weed. And what are you doing? And blah blah blah. We talked and shoot the shit for a little while, and he said, well, I'm doing the same. I help people. And I said, what do you mean you help people? Well, turns out he's a caretaker for a old woman who has dementia, and he's going to use my weed to, like he's done in the past, to make some ghee and cook it into some cake or cookies. And he says that she when she's in her dementia, she's almost catatonic, and then she takes some marijuana cookies, and within 15 minutes she's like up and about and talking a mile a minute, and she's lucid and she remembers everything, and it's like some miracle story he was telling me about the transformation that the marijuana does for her. And so, you know, that's a success story. It's like, you know, I like to hear stories like that. It's odd, not that I've done it myself, but from all the people I talk to, it's really good for people with dementia. It's like their minds come right back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a good thing. I mean, there's so many benefits from both THC and CBD. I recommend, you know, both. You know.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of THC, but I have some seeds that are supposed to be, they flower out at 21% THC and 19% CBD. So those should be very, very interesting. That should make some awesome butter.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's good. Well, keep us informed about your progress, man. You're the Marijuana Channel, so we want to see your gardens and stuff.
Yeah, I'll work on it. Stop telling me what to do. No, it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be, the flower I'm gonna start tonight is gonna be like the desk flower for every night of the show, you know. So, there.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll talk to you later, man.
Okay, bye.
Happy 420.
You too.
Bye.
That's our buddy Michael from Southern California. And again, I have no COVID-19 clips. If you guys want to talk about that, we can talk about that. I'm not I'm not going to engage. I just don't have anything in me to talk about COVID-19 tonight. So, you know, I just want to play HempFest clip and enjoy. Okay? So I'm going to play HempFest clip, and I'm going to come right back, and I'm going to go heat up my tea, and I'll be right back.
We're going to start on 10 and count backwards, and you can do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. What time is it? All right. Cool. Man, I can't tell you how long we've been looking forward to looking back on this time. Woo. Okay.
What time is it? 4:20.
I want to remind you of a couple quick things that I have a responsibility to talk to you about. And do we have, I mean, we have fire extinguisher or something. I don't know what's going on. I want to tell you that we passed I-75 last year, making simple possession of Lewis police priority in the city limits. And the Seattle Police Department the city of Seattle has respected that. There was an article in the Seattle Times not too long ago showing that marijuana arrests have plummeted since the pass of I-75. I want to thank the Seattle Police Department who put their lives on the line every day for us. When I'm in trouble, I do not call any of you guys. I call the Seattle Police Department. And they have shown that they respect the law, so let's be responsible. Let's show them our respect all year long, not just at HempFest. Let's show them our respect all year long. The Port Police Department, the Port of Seattle Police Department, they also put their lives on their line to protect us and make sure, that the Homeland Security with stuff coming in our ports, that nothing blows up or anything like that from the crazy terrorists that are across the oceans that want to hurt us and all that stuff. For whatever reason, I want to thank the fire department, the Seattle Fire Department, and first responder medics who are here and who are everywhere. They are the heroes of 911, the police and the medics. They're the ones that died on 911 along with thousands of civilians. The civilians were trying to get out. They had no way to escape. But the police and fire department, they knew what was happening and they went in anyway. And they lost their lives. And I don't know, if that's not cool enough for you, giving up your life to protect people, I don't know what is. So can we give a thank you to those that aren't here and those that are? 1, 2, 3. You're the best crowd in the world! Give yourselves a hand, but not too much, you'll slap somebody next to you.
You're the stonedest crowd in the world.
Okay, can we get a couple more 100 people up on stage? I'm just kidding, it's all good. No worries. Cougar, come on, let's make it quick, Cougar.
Make some
What
music.
you got going on here, man?
I'm heating up the bong. All that smoke makes me jealous. I'm like, oh, I want big puffs of smoke. I almost had another brownie when I was in the kitchen. Like, oh, brownie sounds pretty good. and that call with Michael, that was, I'm really glad that he brought up the dementia thing, because this is something that I've seen again and again, is that the weed, for these people who their brains are having an issue, the weed makes this huge difference in their lives. Like MS patients, if you've never seen Parkinson's, it's just gigantic, the difference that it makes in their. It's like having a life and not having a life, and I think it's that way for a lot of people. And this is why I recommend it again and again and again, because you can enjoy your life, and you don't have to take pills to do it. You can, I mean, we've all heard Drunk Pete talking about his boss, right? And how his boss was so fucking stick up the butt, and he got her some gummies, and now she's like giggling and laughing and shit, smiling all the time. It's a huge difference. So I can't highly enough recommend it. This is, wait a minute. I am not smoking that. Ooh, get off of there. Alright, we got that one to burn. We got that one to burn. Okay, we're going to burn that one. Ready? Follow me and do exactly as you see. Happy 420, everybody. I hope you're having a nice day. I know, we don't want to let our guard down, and we don't want to forget about the people dying. All you have to do is tune into CNN or Fox News or MSNBC, and it's got the number right there in the corner. So many people dying. How can you let that go for 1 second? Because you're going to be 1,000 times more healthy if you do. Just relax. Take a breath. Remember to breathe, people. And eat your fucking cannabis. You're not eating enough marijuana. I mean, literally, the minute he called, Michael from Southern California calls, I go, you're not eating cannabis today, are you? And he's like, no, I'm doing fine. Everything's fine. I don't need to eat cannabis. Well, yes, everyone does. We need to eat cannabis. Is a problem when you don't eat cannabis. It makes a huge difference. So much so that I can hear it in your voice the minute you call the fucking phone line. That's how big a difference it makes. Regardless if you're doing your Hu Feng Plu imitation or not.
We have an important caller on the line that I need to put through with some breaking news. Are you ready? Michael, are you ready?
Yes.
Breaking news. Okay, stand by. It's coming through. Coming to you live. We're doing it live. Stand by. All right, Steve McClanahan, we're going live. Are you ready? All right, I'm going to go through live. Stand by, Mr. McClanahan. I'm putting you through. We're doing it live like nobody's business. Okay, here we go. A little behind the scenes. Here we go. Steve McClanahan in 3, 2, 1.
Buttons. Ooh, buttons. Who said, on what TV show did one of the main characters regularly say, ooh, buttons? I didn't do it very well. Ooh, buttons. You remember that show?
Call screener, are we live right now currently?
Are you talking to me?
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Michael?
Yes.
Michael, this is Steve McClanahan. I have to clear my throat right now.
Ooh,
Michael, because I have
buttons.
I have a very Are you done?
No.
Are Michael, this is Steve McClanahan. I have a goddamn public service announcement.
Ooh.
For the people of America.
Well, you called the right place, Steve. Because my cock is what America is all about. My cock has its finger on the pulse of America.
Really? Well, that's fortunate for a lot of people, I guess. And but Michael, this is Steve McClanahan. I have decided, after sitting here, after interviewing so many people, doing a job as a goddamn journalist, the only thing that I could do besides going to the moon, ladies and gentlemen, was the next best thing to going to Mount Everest. The next best thing that I could do to actually make America great again. Okay, so in fact, we're going to give you some history on that. I believe that Reagan, he was going to make America great. Then Trump, he was like, I'm going to make America great again. Well, you know what? This is Steve McClanahan. I'm running for the Democratic Party. And I'm going to make America great again and again and again and again. That's what I'm doing. Whether you like it or not, we're keeping a positive attitude. Michael, I'm going to need your endorsement. Okay?
I believe it was...
Mike, I'm going to need your endorsement because I think...
Charles Lindbergh. Charles Lindbergh.
I don't think you have the stamina. I don't think that you have the stamina to make America greater again and again and again and then again. One more time with again. So, if you want to debate me, then... But I think I need your endorsement. Suddenly I'm doing like weird hand movements in the air. This is not good. But you know,
is it like where you hold your thumb up and you're like No,
where you're like pointing and then you like wave to the side and you're like you and then no and then did this and then you just turn your hand over and then you're like making duck.
Wow.
Like fucking
sounds complicated.
And then you're making shadows in the wall and shit. I tell you what, I used to be a blue-collar fucking worker, okay? But I became a legit journalist.
Ooh.
And so I'm throwing my hat into the race, ladies and gentlemen, for President of the United States, Michael.
Oh, what now?
I'm throwing my hat into the race for President of the United States of America.
I thought you were born in Mexico. I thought you were born in Mexico, Steve.
There's a lot of rumors about me. There is a lot of rumors about me currently. And unfortunately, Mexico loves that idea that I was never born there. And we'll just let them think whatever the fuck they want. Steve McClanahan, running for president of the United States for the Democratic Party. In the first 100 days, I will legalize marijuana in all 50 states at the federal level. And also on the same day, I will... Oh, yeah, I know. But, you know, I'll do one other thing that is greater than anyone ever heard in their life. I will legalize THC tranquilizer darts. If you want to trade in a bullet from your gun, we will give you THC tranquilizer darts. And then you just have free range to just, if you see a crazy person, they're just freaking the fuck out, just, you know, just cap them. Cap them a couple of times in the torso with the THC tranquilizer darts, and then just suddenly you guys are having a hug, and you're just like, you know what, it's going to be okay. Just give them a couple of THC tranquilizer darts. Steve McClanahan is running for president on THC, tranquilizer darts. If you want to trade in a bullet, people think the Democratic Party wants to fucking take your guns. Well, suddenly today, Steve McClanahan is running for president. If you just want to trade in a bullet or two, 3 or 4, or maybe 100, and you want to stop being angry at your neighbors and your friends and shit, bring your bullets down. We'll give you replacement bullets, which are THC tranquilizer darts, ladies and gentlemen. And then you have free range to just shoot whoever you want. If these motherfuckers are freaking out, shoot them. Shoot them with the THC tranquilizer dart. Give them a couple, just like, bop, bop. You know, all of a sudden, world peace. World fucking peace. Ladies and gentlemen, people are freaking out. You just like, oh my God, this guy's in the gas station. He is screaming his ass off.
I think you're onto something there, Steve, but I think you need to do it where it's more, you know, universal. Like, we need to put it in the water.
I'm telling you, the whole world.
We need to put it in the
Warriors,
we need to put it.
Like,
we need to put it.
We
need to put it in
we'll
the
do a
water.
Nuclear bomb,
No,
THC
we need
bomb.
to put it in
we'll
the
just
water,
start bombing the planet
like fluoride
with
and chlorine.
THC bomb.
No, you got to
no nuclear radiation.
No.
You want a 50 caliber?
No, you need to put it in
you
the
got a
water.
You got a goddamn terrorist that's out there in the world.
Like
that's,
fluoride.
He don't want to fucking talk.
Like fluoride. Listen to what I'm saying.
With a couple of THC tranquilizer darts, and I swear to God, he'll fucking just be like, oh, oh shit, this is hilarious. I'll fucking talk. Oh my God, just bring me a fucking burrito and shit. All right, this is Steve McClanahan running for president of the United States of America. Michael, I hope that you're going to turn over your endorsement for me. I really hope so.
I'm out of the politics game, Steve-O.
Michael, well, I need your endorsement. Just let me know. Just let me know. Think it over. You think it over. You think over the THC tranquilizer darts. You know, you got a guy, all of a sudden he comes up to you, he's like, you know what? Hey, dude, you're in my fucking way. Just fucking cap him with a goddamn THC dart. And then about 2-3 seconds, he's like,
hey, okay, and
no
shit,
that. Sir.
I don't want that.
I shouldn't have said that to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve McClanahan.
I don't want that.
Coming to you live from an undisclosed bunker in a mountain or underneath the earth. And we are running for president. I already have security. Security, hang up my phone for me. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't want that. Can you please get it off my screen? Craig? All right, phones are open. Steve McClanahan hung up. Okay, so if you want to call, the number is 805-669-6397. It would be lovely to talk to you all on 420 about what you're puffing. What are you puffing on 420? You know, again, the marijuana stocks today, or apparently, you know, currently are going through the roof. I have not seen the numbers. I'm not a stocks guy. I don't know. But, you know, as being deemed essential and them being able to, and people having nothing better to do. And of course, the incredible benefits that you get from ingesting cannabis, you know, I can't highly enough recommend it. And it appears that the stock market is finally, or at least the cannabis, I'm not sure how the cannabis stocks work, but it apparently, yay, right? It's good to hear that, you know, cannabis is one of those, you know, uncrashable markets. I love that. Love it. Unless, of course, the federal government steps in and says, yeah, you can't have cannabis. What the fuck are you talking about? But again, I think that I just please bring that on. Okay, I'm so ready for that. Go ahead and tell us that we can't have legal marijuana and see how that works out for you. Now, because I don't think the people are going to like that very much. Okay, so I have this lovely glass right here and this lovely water right here that I'm going to pour into this lovely glass. Just a dab. And I have this lovely tin from the lovely people at, oh man, what are you doing? The lovely people at, where's that browser? Right there? Yeah, there we go. The lovely people at Emerald Triangle Seeds. They kicked down this awesome blueberry headband. Blueberry headband auto flower, which means you can run the light on it 24 hours a day. You don't have to be which one is that? Oh, it's the auto. Yeah. Okay. So this is their website, the Emerald Triangle, and they have they offer their flowers like in different. You can have them regular. You can have them auto flower. You can have them different ways. I got a couple of them from them. I got the auto blueberry auto headband auto, and I got the lemon haze auto, and the blueberry headband auto I was showing you earlier. It's really, really lovely, and it's very resistant to all kinds of stuff. So, and the lineage on it is freaking awesome. So I'm gonna start one of those seeds. I have this. I'm gonna put that seed in this water right here. And they send these seeds in these lovely tins. And part of the reason I wanted to point out the tin is because a lot of the people that I got seeds from just send them in a plastic bag like this, right? A plastic bag. But this plastic bag came in a tin. And some people send them in little plastic tubes, which is good. But if you just send them in a little plastic bag like this and they go through the mail, your lovely little perfect living piece of nature could get squashed. And so I like that they send them in these tins. And this is our blueberry headband auto feminized. They have the regular seeds, they have the feminized seeds, they have the and then they have the auto flowers. So and they have auto flowers regular, auto flowers feminized. I'm kind of new, so I'm kind of sticking to simple. Keep it simple, right? So I am going to pull one of these lovely seeds out of here in just a moment. Just a moment. I can do this. Hold on. And I'm going to drop it into this water right here, right? These lovely seeds, which are going to grow beautiful flowers, as I just showed you a moment ago. They grow these lovely, lovely flowers, just like this right here, right? You see that lovely flower? And the lineage is awesome. But for some reason, the censors at YouTube, the people, the management at YouTube acts as if planting a flower seed is almost a deviant thing to do, and to me, it's one of the most natural, normal things that a human could ever do would be to put a seed into the dirt, right? That would be, it just makes sense. It just makes sense that you would, drop a seed into the dirt and then you would, nurture that seed and reap the benefits of that nurturing, and that's the way this planet is partially supposed to work, right? But for some reason, the idea of doing that, again, to the YouTube, I don't want to say community, but the YouTube management, censors. Okay, I have one singled out right there. Let's see if I can get it out of there. I'm going to drop it in there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did we get it? Did we get it? Nope. All right, hold on. Hold on. What's happening? Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, there it goes. Now that seed just dropped into that water and is now sitting and floating on the top of the water. And in the next 24 hours or so, we'll pull that seed out of the water and put it into some soil. What we want it to basically, soak the water in. Right now, it's floating on the top because it's kind of parched and dry. So what we want it to do is hydrate, and then we'll go ahead and stick it in the water, in the soil, or maybe a paper towel. I might stick it in a paper towel, make sure it gets a nice root on it, and then we will stick it in some soil, and that will be our desk flower, our lovely headband auto flower, blueberry headband auto flower from the Emerald Triangle, and we will do that. We will update that like at least every Friday, if not every day. Why the heck not? We're gonna grow it in just a little. We're gonna grow it in a little desk-sized bag like this. See. I'm going to put it in this bag right here, which is a 1-gallon bag. It's basically the same size as this, but I like the bags a little better than the plastic. So I'm going to put it in this after it soaks, and we let it make sure that it gets broke open properly. We'll put it in some dirt, some lovely soil that I'll show you how I mix up. And we'll get it under, we're going to put it under a 45-watt light. So, and I'll show you all that stuff as we go along, but it's going to be the desk flower. So we'll have it in here, and it will just be growing pretty for you to see at all times. Well, at least when we're doing the show. I'm not going to put a live camera on it all the time. But we just started a seed. We just started a flower. Hopefully going to turn into a beautiful, we just started a seed that hopefully is going to turn into a beautiful, beautiful flower. Or a whole bunch of beautiful, beautiful flowers, right? That would be so cool. And we'll have it right here on the desk, because I told you guys that I was going to start seeds this weekend, and I didn't start any, but I got to get it going. And this way, this will push me into starting that. And I have an idea for starting a whole cannabis business that I think would be really awesome if I could actually make it happen. And part of making it happen will be actually growing cannabis. Not for sale or anything, but to show people how to do it, and to eventually help people grow their own cannabis at home legally and safely with, products that work and, that kind of stuff. I just think that would be an awesome business if I could make something like that happen. As where all I gotta do is grow my own weed, my own medicine, and then video document it and show others how to do it too. I think that would just be an awesome business if I could make a business into it. So I'm going to think about that very hard. And then we will smoke more marijuana while we're thinking. So that's what I have going on. That's what I'm doing. And then I have these clips of, I have a fucking tiger.
And the zoo scare caught on camera in Dublin. 7-year-old Sean was posing for a picture in front of an animal enclosure when a full-size Siberian tiger lunges at the glass. The family says Sean was startled, but they are just grateful for the glass safety window. All right, when we come back...
I don't know how else to do it, but, play the Reefer Madness clips. So unless you want to call, you can call, and we could talk about what you're enjoying on 420 or whatever. I mean, maybe I just have an improper attitude for being in the middle of a plague, as Michael was saying.
All this week, we are looking at the impact of the wave of marijuana legalization. One of the key questions is whether marijuana is generally more potent now and whether that poses an increased health risk for some people. It's also coming amid debates surrounding the larger benefits and risks of marijuana. For our Leading Edge segment, Miles O'Brien sifts through the science around what's known and not known about these claims. It's part of a close look at the green rush around the country.
For connoisseurs of cannabis, these are heady times indeed.
It's pretty much like Toys R Us for adults now.
We caught up with Levon at a Jam dispensary in Leicester, Massachusetts. He had just bought some cannabis oil and a pre-rolled joint.
No one really gets in trouble with this, so it's nice not being hassled and things like that just for smoking weed.
The state is among 11 and the District of Columbia that have legalized recreational use of marijuana for those 21 and older.
Can't complain there one bit. Looking forward to enjoying this when I get home.
Massachusetts is among 47 states that have sanctioned cannabis for medical purposes as well. It's a stark contrast from the days of reefer madness, the war on drugs, and the vilification of a plant that humans have used for more than 2,500 years. Precious little of it informed by research.
What an insult it will be to what we are and whence we came if we do not rise up together in defiance against this cancer of drugs.
It was much more motivated by socio-political pressures, if you will. Not a ton of real scientific data. A lot of assumptions were made.
Neuroscientist Stacy Gruber is an associate professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School and director of the Marijuana Investigations for Neuroscientific Discovery program at McLean Hospital. She has been studying how cannabis affects the human brain for more than 2 decades.
We're still playing catch-up in terms of trying to understand what we really need to understand about cannabis and cannabinoids and how they work.
She's doing her best to fill the gaps of understanding by imaging the brains of teens and emerging adults, some heavy cannabis users who started very young, and others who are weed-free. When they conduct cognitive tests, their brains look very different. They use different regions to get the job done.
These patterns of activation suggest there's really something different in the way they're processing the information.
The data suggests that heavy recreational use of cannabis during adolescence and emerging adulthood inhibits the development of the prefrontal cortex, the decision-making center of the brain. And Gruber also reports evidence of changes in the white matter, which connects various regions of the brain. The white matter in pot users is less organized and coherent. These individuals also self-report more impulsive behavior.
We know some things for sure. We know that there are likely negative effects if cannabis becomes a regular part of one's routine when we're neurodevelopmentally vulnerable. That is, we're just still growing up, we're under construction or half-baked, better way to put it.
And the pot is much stronger than it was a generation ago, when it contained on average about 5% THC, the psychoactive main ingredient in marijuana. Today, the plants themselves have been bred to be much more potent, 12% THC on average. Strains over 20% are widely available. But that is still not enough for Dario and his friends. They frequently use highly concentrated cannabis products known as shatter, oil, and wax, with average THC levels of more than 50%, up to 80%, and even higher. They prefer the concentrates in part because they get more buzz for their buck.
The high is a little different, I would say, and you definitely get like higher off of the oil, which is enjoyable for sure.
But what are the consequences of this high-test high? The data is scant.
Do they simply use less of a more potent product to get the same effect? And some studies have actually reported that, and some others have reported not so much. So I think that's a type of investigation I'd very much like to see done.
Important, but right now impossible. Despite the trend toward legalization by the states, marijuana is still classified by the federal government as a Schedule I drug, meaning it supposedly has no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. This makes it very difficult for researchers to do their work legally. Cannabis used in scientific studies must be acquired from a government-sanctioned grow site at the University of Mississippi. And it only produces flower, not the high-concentrate products. There is an urgent need to do this science. Dost Unger is chief of the Psychotic Disorders Division at McLean Hospital.
Research is showing that if you're smoking weed that is high in THC, the odds of developing a psychotic disorder are higher than if you're smoking weed that's low in THC. There's a lot of compelling evidence, but it's not necessarily final.
They're seeking clues by studying the way our nervous system interacts with cannabis. The internal wiring that regulates our perceptions and thoughts is not continuous. The nerve ends are called neurons, the gaps synapses. The electrical current is transmitted across the synapses by chemical messengers called neurotransmitters. Our bodies naturally produce cannabinoids to help regulate the flow of these neurotransmitters.
So when somebody smokes cannabis, you're actually introducing chemicals that can hijack that system that's controlling brain chemistry. It appears that during some critical period in brain development, cannabis has this effect on the brain that actually disrupts normal functioning and predisposes people to a psychotic disorder, whereas in your 30s, it doesn't have the same effect.
In all of this research, it's difficult, if not impossible, to tease apart cause and effect. Does cannabis trigger these disorders, or do people with these problems gravitate toward the drug? And no one has taken a look at the implications of long-term recreational cannabis use on the fully formed adult brain. But recently, Stacy Gruber has taken a look at medical marijuana among adults, and she has some surprising conclusions.
We're seeing improvements in cognitive performance, specifically on tasks requiring executive function. We're also seeing improvements in clinical state. So significantly lower levels of depressive symptoms after only 3 months. And really important, we've seen some very striking decreases in the use of conventional medications.
Benefits, as opposed to the detriments she has documented in young people using pot heavily to just get high. Steve Mandley is a regular medical marijuana user.
Much better.
In 2004, while serving in the Army in Iraq, he got in an accident that left him with an excruciating back injury and a long list of prescription painkillers.
Over a 10-year period, I'd taken 57 different medications, 9 different opioids. I believe in 2009, I was just getting on to fentanyl. I did 6 years on fentanyl, oxycodone for my chronic pain and then breakthrough pain.
It was a struggle, but he finally weaned himself off of opioids and now relies mostly on medical marijuana, which, unlike those prescription painkillers, has never caused an overdose death. But government studies show 9% of those who use marijuana will become dependent on the drug, much better than alcohol at about 23% or cocaine, 21%, but it is not risk-free. Steve Mandley is well aware of all of this, but remains convinced cannabis has made nearly every aspect of his life better.
Every person suffering deserves a choice. And let's stop looking at this as the initial idea back in the 30s, where this is something that's terrible, it's going to ruin the world. Let's get past all the stigma. Let's focus on the facts.
Once vilified, but now moving into the mainstream, cannabis is neither totally bad nor completely benign. It turns out weed is as much about shades of gray as it is green. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Miles O'Brien in Boston.
All right, so, and, yeah, this is the flowers that we grew from the seed. This is the seed that we started just a minute ago, right? This is the seed right there. Can you see it? Where's it at? There it is. There's that seed. We started that just a minute ago. And then these are the flowers that I grew from the last time that we grew this one, the blueberry headband. Let's see. So it's pretty nice. And I think it says it should be done in like, see, I think it says it should be done in like 60 days or something. But I think it took more like 90 when we did it last time. It says 55 days from the time you germinate the seed. Where is that at? Browser wall right there. It says 55 days from the time you germinate the seed. That's how you judge these autoflowers. So so 55 days from today. I don't think so. But 70 days we'll be looking at it. It might be 55 days. I don't know, because it's in the 1 gallon container, and possibly in the 1 gallon container it might happen, you know, a little faster. So anyways, we got that going for us. That's a whole new dimension to the show, and that's going to be our desk flower for the time being until we're ready to start a new desk flower. And I'll show you how it grows under the light and everything. And then, I don't know why on these clips, it's like they can't just do a positive marijuana helps people clip, marijuana making jobs for so many people clip, marijuana seems to be the key to getting people, addicted people, off horrible drugs. They can't just like do something positive. It's got to be, oh, danger, Will Robinson, danger. We don't know what's gonna happen. Oh my God. But I thought there was a lot of very pretty images in that particular clip. So I thought it was kind of a good one for 420. That's partially why I played it. I don't know what else to do. You know, with the way things are with marijuana. You know, I mean, people, I think it's just really important to show the reefer madness side of stuff, because it's so blatant. It's like the people have spoken. The people say, get your fucking stupid laws off our flowers. And duh. And nobody listens. The media doesn't listen. The medical community refuses to listen. The police, no, you know, I mean, they've spoken again and again and again. You know, give us our freedom and get your stupid laws off our flowers. Okay? And then Michael from Southern California was talking about a dementia patient, and I've talked about this again and again and again, how, you know, you can grow these flowers. This was grown in the backyard. You can grow these flowers. You don't need a big old light or anything. You can grow these flowers in your backyard, and you can make cookies, and you can help your neighbors so much. And you know what you'll help your neighbors to learn? To figure out is that eating cannabis is a really important part of their life, and that they probably had better start growing some flowers too. And you know what I believe? The more people growing cannabis flowers on this planet, the better planet it will be to live on. I believe that wholeheartedly. So if you can, you know, if you can legally, I should say, if you can legally, I don't want anyone getting in trouble. I myself don't want to ever get in trouble with the police state. If you can legally, you need to, you know, everyone who can, like in Canada, anyone over 18, almost anyone, there's little provinces, I guess, where they won't let people, you know, have their freedom, but pretty much everywhere in Canada, if you're over 18, you can grow cannabis, and it's a beautiful thing. And it connects you to the earth, and it connects us to each other, and it connects us to the higher spirit. And I don't know how much more you can ask for from one planet. And it's this amazing medicine that gives you the ability to help your neighbors. You know, I mean, you heard what Michael said about the dementia patient. This is what I keep saying again and again. I haven't ever had that kind of experience, but I've had these people that are not the happiest people tell me that they just had the best day of their life because of the brownie that I gave them. And that's always a really wonderful feeling. So, and if you could make that happen in your world and share that with your neighbors or your parents or your grandparents, why the hell wouldn't you want to? You know, why would you want to keep that from anyone? You know, understand, just, I mean, please look up, you know, the cannabinoid system, right? Human cannabinoid system. It's in, apparently all mammals on the planet have a cannabinoid system, and almost all living beings have a cannabinoid system. But humans have a very complex cannabinoid system that runs all through the brain and out throughout the entire body. And I believe wholeheartedly, you know, in my humble, I'm not a doctor opinion, that a big part of the reason that there is this epidemic of dementia is because the brain is partially fueled on cannabinoids, clearly, in my opinion. And that when it begins to get older, as we're younger, when we're younger, it's the body can kind of make some of its own cannabinoids, but as we get older, that becomes much more difficult for the body. And it's simple to supplement that by, you know, again, growing your own flowers, eating cannabis, getting it from your local rec shop or your local medicinal store. But the difference that it makes is giant, and I believe, again, partially a big part of the reason for the dementia epidemic that humans are experiencing at this time is because of the cannabis has been taken from them. The cannabinoid supplement that allows their brain to continue to be fueled properly and function properly. I believe that when the cannabinoid receptors, and if you look up cannabinoid system, what you will see is there's cannabinoid receptors all throughout the brain. And can you get a picture of that, Craig? Can you get a picture of cannabinoid receptors in the brain? That would be great. There's cannabinoid receptors all throughout the brain, and I believe that when they're not fueled properly by cannabinoids, that they begin to kind of wither and not work properly, right? That would make sense, right? If it's a receptor and it's not receiving, it's not receiving, it's not receiving. So, you know, again, this is a way that this horrible, horrible government is keeping medicine that works from the people, is producing a sick society. You know what I'm saying? By fueling it on fast food and all kinds of junk and stuff. You know, the Frankenfoods, the GMOs. You know, it continues to make this sick society. But the cannabis is one of the things that really helps correct all those things, and that's why they want to keep it from us again and again. So, that being said, I would highly recommend that it is 420. So if you got them, smoke them. You know what I'm saying?
Also, very proud that he's sort of in front of me. At the same time. Yeah, but you know how fun.
That's yesterday. I was talking about, we went to the doggy park yesterday, and I was saying that the animal control officer stopped us as we were crossing the field. We were crossing the field so we could get over to this area that's kind of overgrown and, you know, let the dogs go down the trails and stuff, as opposed to walking down the main trail where clearly there's people everywhere, you know. And he's like, oh, your dog's rah, rah, rah. And I'm telling you, I mean, we didn't get video of it, which would have been awesome, but I'm telling you, there was a dozen dogs on that fucking field, you know. And that guy just had a hard-on for the fucking hippie, right? I mean, fucking, you know, cop haircut, fucking, I gotta work on Sundays, fuck all these people. These people should be at home self-quarantining. Stomp, stomp, stomp all the way across the field, say, you can't have your dog out here. Clearly someone's not eating enough cannabis. You know what I'm saying? and I'm telling you, there was a dozen dogs on that field easily. And we saw many, 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 many more after that. But we stayed away. We stayed on the path until we got to the other end where there was, you know, the kind of foresty. It was cool. Or this is the path. That's the lakeside. You guys have seen that part before. But this was yesterday, so you haven't seen this particular video. But, and don't my beautiful babies look so happy? They love going to the lake. That Boo Bear was like, oh man, I want to go down by the water, I want to go down by the water, I want to go down by the water. And I had to kind of sneak him over there because the fucking, you know, douchebag fucking animal control guy. I don't like to take him into the doggy park. There's this part in the doggy park where there's water. See, this is where I snuck him down by the lake. But there's a part in the doggy park, but the dogs all shit in that fucking water. Not all of them. Some really stupid dogs shit in that water. And I don't want my dogs walking around in dog poop water, dog poop stew. So I kind of avoid that area. And, you know, you're supposed to be you know, social distancing. And there's like a kind of a contained area, and there's like fucking 20 people down there. So I'm like, I don't want to go down there. But we took him down by the water down here by the lake, and Boo Bear's like, I gotta get my balls wet, man. So let him jump in the lake for a minute when Mr. the Man wasn't around. When I was sure Mr. the Man wasn't around, let him jump in the lake for a minute, but we couldn't play ball or anything, had to have the leash on. So, but you remember last time I played this trail for you guys, this trail was packed full of people. And partially the reason it's not packed full of people right now is because when we started to drive into the park, they had big old fucking like roadblock signs that were like, yeah, you can't go into the park. But there's all kinds of people walking into the park. So we're like, Craig knows like everywhere in Seattle, right? So he's like, oh, I know where to park. And he's like, boom, we drove for 2 minutes and we had a parking space. And then we just walked through the middle of everything. And it's a beautiful day, of course. I mean, you know, these dogs are like, oh, I gotta go swimming, get my balls in that water. Someone's having trouble connecting. Craig, you see that? Anyways, I got a dab ready to go. Oh, here's a trail, see? So we're like all off the trail, four-wheeling. There's all like mud and stuff. We gotta walk around the mud. Oh no, this is down by the lake. This is where I let them go in the water. Because they go crazy for the water, man. They fucking love that water, I'm telling you. They are water dogs.
Hey Daniel, call back. I was tied up
girl dog right
for a
there.
minute there, so
She will run.
Yeah. Call him back
If she
in.
sees water, if we're like walking up on a mountainside,
Hey, Daniel,
and
call
she
back.
sees
I was
water
tied
down
up
at the
real
bottom of the
for a
hill,
minute there,
she
so,
will run like a mile
yeah.
down,
Call
straight
him
down
back
fucking
in.
hill. Greg's very like leery of letting her go.
Hey, Daniel, call back.
Did you say something? At the bottom of the hill,
there,
she will run. Are you saying something?
Yeah.
Down, straight down fucking hill.
I was telling Daniel to call back in.
Oh, okay. All right, he's telling Daniel to call back in, Daniel. So I don't know what the deal is with the phone. It should be working. I heard it ring a minute ago. And we had a couple other callers. So, but we got that. We got the Reefer Madness video. I don't know why these people have to vilify the cannabis. Why they can't see that the people are tired of it. Why they can't see where the people are coming from and try and act like servants of the people. You know what I mean? The fucking stupid media people like Sanjay Gupta. He was, or as I like to call him, pill shill Sanjay Gupta. He literally had to come on, his network and apologize for being, such a reefer madness fucking moron for years in order to gain any fucking credibility back. And that's partially because I believe for about a decade of my YouTube post, I was putting in the title of the videos, Pill Shill Sanjay Gupta says marijuana has no medicinal value. And that just, it's just anyone with a history book, anyone with the internet can look at the history of cannabis and see that it has been used as medicine for 1,000 generations, right? That's 20,000 years in case anybody's wondering how long 1,000 generations is. Okay, so and that's what the truth is, and then we come in to modern world, and oh yeah, cannabis has no medicinal value. What? And these are supposed to be the pillars of our community, the politicians, the cops, the doctors, and they just knowingly lie to us to fuck our land of the free and home of the brave, right? This is what I'm saying. It's just, it's beyond reprehensible. It's heinous. It's evil, vilifying Mother Nature, vilifying people for growing flowers, taking their children away, shooting their dogs. How long have we lived for that? Because liars lied to us over and over and over again, knowingly. That's why cops got away with shooting our dogs, and the courts got away with taking your children. Hello, caller.
Hey, Michael, this is Daniel. Good to talk to you again.
Hey, Daniel, how are you today? Happy 420.
Happy 420. I'm doing okay. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. I just had another brownie.
How many brownies has that been today?
I think it's like 4. I think that's 4. Usually I would probably only have 2 by now, but I think that's 4.
Well, it sounds like a good day. Sounds like a good day.
It's a great
I haven't been smoking much bud lately because of all your good advice about eating it, and so I've been drinking it more lately. But
right on, and that's what I find too. Is that the more bud I eat, the less I smoke.
Yeah. The days I never done this before, but I did what your good caller the other day. I forget some of their names because I don't have a good memory, but your caller that talked the other day about decarboxylating in the glass jars.
Yeah,
I did that last week for the first time.
Right
on. It worked out. It worked out great, and I just measured out into tinctures, I guess is what they call it.
Yeah.
Whenever I want it, And basically, I completely stopped smoking as soon as I started doing that, because I just mixed up a little bit of tequila and whatever, or rum and whatever, or Coke and whatever, or gin or whatever I was drinking. I just mixed up a little tincture, and I pretty much stopped smoking. But today was 420, and I thought, shit, I got to blaze a little bit today.
Yeah, like I said, I say again and again when I do the show, I haven't had a bong hit yet. It's like fucking 7 o'clock. we do the show at 7 o'clock, and it's I'm like, this is my first bong hit, and it's true because I don't really think about it. I have a brownie, and then I go walk the dogs, and by the time I get home with the dogs, I'm really good.
Yeah, you take a brownie and you go about life, and you forget about all of the worries, and you just kind of live life, and that's what I like about it too. Sometimes after 5 or 6 hours, I just want to sleep for maybe 12 or 15 hours. But that sleep's really good too, and sleep is very healthy and rejuvenating, and so it's one of the reasons that we use it sometimes. In fact, that's the main reason I started using it 6 years ago again after 20 years off, is because I needed better sleep and stuff. And anyway,
well, yeah, you don't want to be doing Ambien and find yourself sleep driving and shit like that.
Yeah, nobody wants to be intoxicated in the car for sure. So, or too intoxicated. You know what I mean.
Well, just be taking medication that makes you so you don't know what you're doing. Nobody wants that, That's why I don't drink alcohol, honestly, because it makes it so I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I had to stop. That was not a good plan for me.
Yeah, and everybody's genetics and everybody's life is different, and so what works for one doesn't work for another. But it's that's what So Mox, just so you know, I'm not worthy to call on your show, and you're awesome. And, I've had beef with you in the past because you told me all I cared about is myself, but that's cool because you probably had a good reason for telling me that, but even though it's not true, but I get your point. Anyway, the point is one of the things I love about you, Mox, is because we could draw you and me as polar opposites on different sides of different spectrums. Mm-hmm. But actually, I believe that someplace and sometime when this war will end, will be people like you and people like me who appear to be very different to some people.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we're actually really very much the same. We just want peace and people to treat each other the way they'd want to be treated.
Yeah.
And sometimes these labels that whether it's our haircut, oh my God, you got a long beard. Oh my God, I shaved my head off 6 weeks ago because I fucking felt like it,
Mm-hmm.
But people want to kind of label each other because of how they look or something. But at the end of the day, there's a group of people who just want to fucking get along and not harass other people and not force other people. And we don't see that. That's why you liked Ron Paul, and that's why I liked Ron Paul, right? Because that's what Ron Paul was about. That's the parts you liked about Tulsi Gabbard, and then some, because that's who she was. And there are people out there who are like that, but the day has yet for that coalition, as it were, to form. And it just is what it is.
Well, the programming has gotten so us against them, and it's just so judgmental. I mean, everything is just so judgmental, and then there's this fear programming that never ends. It's like in the movies and stuff. Everybody has a gun. It's like the fucking Wild West everywhere. Your brain fucking it gets in there. You know what I mean? So. It's there's a lot that we have to overcome. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Obviously, everybody who's listening to you, they listen to you because they think you're at least 90-point-something% right. I think you're 100% right. Huge barriers to overcome. Little step by little step. I personally believe in miracles, but I also believe that we all. So. I think sometimes this is a little. I got 1,000 things to say, 1,000,000 things to say, but one thing is sometimes we all end up in our own little personal hell before we realize that we should stop being little fuckers and try to climb out of just our own personal hell or the low life. But as a society, when are we going to do that? I honestly don't know, but I believe in miracles, you know. So, but I think it's to each his own to live their life and to be the person they want to be and advocate the change. But there's like an honest to God hell going on around us. You know, I'm 40 years old, and when I was 5 years old, I could see it. Now I'm 40, and I could see it, I don't know, 500 times better. But to each his own, and at someday, you know, I hope we all believe in miracles.
When you say hell, I mean, can you be more? Can you elaborate? Like, not use that word so much as.
So I could speak for, but we agree on this stuff, Mike. I could speak for 1,000 hours if you let me.
Mm-hmm.
But so, for example, the United States having 25% of the world's in prison population, but only 5% of the world's population,
right?
And having a lot of those people that are the 5 times the exceeding average of all like NATO and South American countries, having 5 times that average be mostly nonviolent drug offenders in there and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of hell. That's the hell I'm talking about. Government's telling you when you can leave your house and not leave your house. None of us in this chat and none of us who have any soul want to hurt another person, but for Pete's sake, do I really need a government authority to tell me when I can leave my house or not? How about they be the public servants that they were supposed to be at the founding, Freemason or no Freemason? Let's not talk about that, or we can, but that's not, but that's, or whatever, you know, but that's the whole point of the founding of this country, was people who were sick and tired of somebody who told them what they could do and when they could do and when they couldn't do it.
Right.
And for a little teeny bit in this country, you actually had a little flicker of freedom. Not that we were all holy, righteous, good, and true, but at least there was a flicker of freedom. And that flicker of freedom is diminishing. And I know you don't want to talk about it, and we don't want to smoke, and I agree with you. I want to smoke. I want to drink my THC. I want to go to sleep.
Well, no, part of listen. Part of the freedom is that you know, this is what it's about. Is that freedom that you're talking about? This individual. I don't need to be babysat 24 hours a day. And there used to be a lot more individuality. It seems like to me. There used to be a lot less judgmental. It seems like to me, like you know, again, I brought up before in the 70s, there was this, you know, there was this phrase or this kind of philosophy that was like, you know, I'm okay, you're okay. You know, which is like you do you and I'll do me, and hopefully we'll get there together. You know what I mean?
Yes. So, Mox, I want to say amen. But I also want to say that we are not in the 60s or 70s anymore,
we don't have that. There doesn't seem to be that same kind of encouragement of individuality. It's now, oh, you're going to be like that, huh? Well, I'm going to shame the fuck out of you in front of as many people as possible.
So I say amen to everything you say. So just so you know, Mox, the main thought that I wanted to do when I called you was I wanted to hear more about what you had to say, because I love your show, and the number one thing I've wanted to see on your show since I've ever watched you is to hear what the F you have to say. And so, you know, I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I express myself pretty well, don't you think? I mean,
you express. No, yeah, you have a bigger voice than almost anybody who's not a shill. So that's, I don't know. I hope you're not a shill. That's why I listen to you.
No, I'm saying you like to hear, you're waiting to hear me express myself. It's really why you're tuning into the show, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, you think I think. What I'm asking you is, do you think that I do that fairly well every show, like kind of get my own personal opinion heard?
No, you're the best, Mox.
Yeah.
I don't know of anybody who's better than you on it. I wasn't pissing on you for saying you don't do it well.
Yeah, no.
I was just saying that I want you to. Not that I want you to, but you hardly are ever talking about stuff you care about that I don't want to hear about what you have to say. That's my point. I can't remember the last time you ever said something that you actually cared about that I didn't want to hear what you have to say. That's all I was saying.
And you know why that is, I think, honestly, is because I'm coming from this standpoint of I want what's best for everybody. You know, that, I mean, The only thing that I really have that I care about that's kind of selfish is the dogs. You know, I'm like, you know, I those dogs get anything, and I will do whatever it takes to keep a smile on their face, and I'm pretty good at that. So, but other than that, you know, I want what's best for everybody. So, and that's where I try to. That's where I always try to come from day one on YouTube.
And that's why so I've been on YouTube a lot of years. I don't know, I'm 40 years old, and I've been trying to find people who, you know, aren't bought and sold by labels for a long time, and obviously you're one of the first people I found, and so I probably subscribed to you longer than anybody else on YouTube, if you didn't already know that.
Right
you know,
on. Well, that's very nice to hear. Thank you, Dan.
The 60s and 70s are unfortunately not here anymore, you know, for all of the, and I don't want to, this is 420, so I don't want to talk serious stuff. I tend to always be serious, unfortunately. That's why I drink a little bit and smoke a little
Well,
bit.
that's okay.
So I be a little
60s
bit
and
less serious.
70s, again, is flower power, and it kind of has this whole weed thing element to it, you know, and it's very anti-war, too. So I don't mind talking about that. I don't want to talk about fucking COVID-19, okay? I mean, there's like plenty of people who want to talk about that endlessly. Today's fucking my celebration of the goddess. And, you know, I mean, so, but part of that is freedom. And again, the 70s and the anti-war and all that, I honestly believe a big part of the reason, you know, and honestly, people don't understand this, but part of the push against, to crack down on marijuana was because they wanted to crack down on the anti-war protesters, you know? That's how we got into this fucking shithole. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I got 1,000 things to say, but I have my other phone pulled up. I'm not very good with technology, but I called on my wife's phone, and I'm calling on my wife's phone and looking at my phone, and I see that Iowa Blackbird came into the chat, and I haven't seen Iowa Blackbird in the chat for, I don't know, a week and a half or something. Not that I come in all that often, but, you know, anyway, so.
Okay.
It's good to see Iowa back in the chat.
Right on. Yeah, he's here pretty regular.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, and by the way, shout out to all the chat people. I mean, I think one of the good things that makes your show is the regulars who show up every night. And of course, you say that every day, and so we all know that. But it is one of the cool things about your call-in show is that there's a whole thing going on in the background, and people are, you know, I don't know. It's just a good representation of the people that are out there. So.
And they, like you're saying, the people add, you know, the viewers that participate, they just add so much flavor to what's happening right now in the moment, you know. It's freaking awesome.
Well, it's good to get perspective, you know. So, like, a lot of us chat on different whatever forums, and, you know, we get perspective on these forums of where people are coming from and what they're thinking. And sometimes, so for example, Mox, I don't think you're in 100% agreement with anybody on your channel or any caller or any commenter. I don't think any of us are in 100% agreement, but I think we're looking for some sort of coalescing around common principles that we could swallow, which have things to do with not oppressing other people and not telling other people what to do, and having a government there that's to serve the people and not to make the people bow before them, and not to take money out of our pockets, but to help. And just anyway,
I want the power to the people. And the only way we can do that is for us to come together, you know. And if we can do that, then we have all the fucking power, and we can have whatever kind of government we want, and they can pull off all the fucking 9/11s that they want. We don't have to bow to them if we can just come together. The problem is they have us divided, and they have a long-term game plan, and they've been exercising it for a long time, and it starts when you're very, very young. But, you know, we have the internet, we have the ability to communicate with each other again, and that's why I've always said that you know, it's the people that make Mox News interesting, because, you know, you guys have these amazing discussions. You guys bring the heat. You guys, you know, take these dickholes from the mainstream media and eviscerate them, or a politician or a doctor or whatever, you know. And it's just it's so it helps you to believe that there is really hope for, you know, a better tomorrow if we can just come together.
You said so many good things. The only thing I didn't like about what you said is the use of your term "dickhole," because it's a negative it's a negative use of the term "dickhole." And for us that love dickholes, we anyway. But anyway, I basically agree with everything else you had to say.
Okay.
Would I say that a little bit tongue-in-cheek, because sometimes I slip into my nomenclature, sometimes I'll call people faggy little bitches, and they'll say that I'm this or that I'm that because I said that. I'm sorry, it's just the language that I grew up with people around me speaking. And, you know, people want to call you a little fucker because you said faggy little bitch, and I'm not hating on fags or bitches, you know, or anything. I'm just using... Anyway, I was kind of sort of tongue-in-cheek when I said that to you, because it's the world that's grown up in it. People that crucify each other for the language they use.
That's part of the
same. Like, I'm not allowed to say Jew or nigger. Is somebody going to kill me? I don't hate Jews and I don't hate niggers. I'm not racist. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not whatever you want to call me. I'm sorry. Am I going to get kicked off of the show now?
So no, and this is partially what it is that I'm talking about. Is that the problem is now we're just here to judge each other, as opposed to not, you know, as opposed to you be you and I'll be me, and hopefully we'll get there together, and hopefully we can come together. Now it's all, we can never come together because you just said this word, and now everything's fucked up in my world as long as you're part of it. Okay, and that's the programming, you know, as where, you know, again, whatever it is that you're saying, whatever it is that these other people are saying who might be sound like they're being a threat to me, you know, whatever it is they're saying, still I have to find out if there's some way that we can come together, because otherwise we don't have the power. And we'll never get beyond any of this shit. And this is, and like you're saying, you said it's a hell. You know, it's just we're in the fucking shit. You know, and the working class people of this country deserve better. They work really hard and way too much and way underappreciated, and you know, they deserve to be able to not feel like they're in a constant police state where they constantly have to look over their shoulder, and if they step out of line for 1 second, the men come and take their shit away, because that's not what it was meant to be.
Amen.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm ranting.
No, I love it when you rant, Mox. You said like 5 things today ranting. I can't remember what they all were, but it pretty much, it didn't give me a hard on. But if I were to be crude, you know, like Michelle said, some people, you know, what did she say? Anybody could say anything, but should it be said? I don't know. You know, so sometimes we say stupid shit, you know. I'm a big anti-Trump person, but I also defended Trump when all the fucktards left him because he talked about grabbing pussy. Because he didn't talk about it like unconsensually. If he talked about forcing himself upon somebody, about, you know, molesting somebody, well, I got an issue with that. But if he just talked about little gold digging hoes coming to him and throwing himself at him, I was anti-Trump 6 months before anybody else was anti-Trump. But when everybody else left him, when he said, when that, you know the story, when the recording came out about grabbing Snatch and stuff, you know, the least of my concerns was about him touching consensual adults in places that we don't talk about in good public. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so. Well, you know, I mean, the problem is he's bragging about there's a whole bunch of issues with Trump, you know, and I mean, can you just imagine an 8-year-old Donald Trump fucking sticking his nose in every woman's crotch he can get up to, you know, or 5-year-old because he knows they let him do it? You know, because that's who Donald Trump has been forever. It's not something new. But I digress. Trump is, you know, this thing, I actually made a video. I made an on-camera video about, pussies not being for grabbing, because there was this, one of the women at the women's rally right after Donald Trump was elected said, pussies are not for grabbing. And I had to make a video because I was like the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, because pussies are exactly for grabbing, they're just not for grabbing, I mean, if not, okay, if I'm wrong, then why the fuck did God put my hand right where your fucking pussy's at, okay? It's because my hand is supposed to be right there where your pussy's at. Sorry, ladies. But it's just a matter of, unwelcome grabbing. And the facts is that if any of these women that, Donald Trump, manhandled, had fucking bloodied his lip, which any woman can do with a tiny bit of training, this wouldn't be an issue because he would have stopped doing that. And it really bothers me. And again, put your daughters in martial arts by the time they're 5 years old. And this is not something you'll ever have to worry about anyways. Go ahead.
Amen, amen, and amen. Hey, Mox, I'm a little bit of a dork and I'm not a good storyteller. But could I tell you a teeny story?
Okay. It doesn't have the N-word in it, does it?
Did I say that word? Shit, am I kicked off the world?
Did you get kicked off yet?
Because I'm not prejudiced, just so you know.
Yeah.
There's no prejudice in me, but to use that word,
I'm just asking about your story.
You
just asked if it was okay. I'm just asking if that story has the word in it. That's all.
Well, there's probably not, because it's about Kurt Cobain. Well, actually, there was a black bouncer, but I would never call him that word. It's not about that. It's not about.
Okay.
I'm not
go ahead.
Well, so there's this guy out on YouTube, and he told a story about this club he played in where Kurt Cobain used to play. And this guy's from Texas, I think he was in Texas. But, Kurt's from your neck of the woods, and I think you probably know. And so he tells this story about how he went into this club to play with a band, and he heard the story from the bouncer himself, I guess. This bouncer was a big, dude in Texas, bouncer, and Kurt walked into this club with a long neck bottle in his hand, off of the tour bus. And the bouncer used to always grab people and like manhandle people, like really manhandle people. And apparently, Kurt was just off of a tour bus. He'd probably just smoked a fatty. He'd probably had a few beers. He was ready to get ready for a set or something or whatever. He was in a club. He was ready for a set. And the bouncer, he walked by the bouncer with a long neck in his hand because apparently, in Texas liquor laws, you're not allowed to have a beer in that position in the club, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
He came off a fucking tour bus.
You can't walk in and out of the club with alcohol. Go ahead.
Well, but this is you get the point, though.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. He's a fucking rock star. Who the hell is a fucking bouncer to me? Give me a break.
Yeah. So Kurt walks in with this long neck, and the bouncer grabs him by the arm, and the storyteller, he's a really good storyteller. I like the guy, but he tells a story. He's like, I've been in this club a bunch of times, and everybody knew this bouncer was a fucking dickhead. He just fucking manhandled everybody. He didn't treat anybody with respect. And this bouncer grabbed Kurt. And so what Kurt did is he fucking turned around, and he basically just instinctively, that's not his words, those are my words, he smashed that bouncer upside the head and basically almost cut his brains out of his head. And a couple weeks later, the bouncer was back at work with, his head all shaved with his brains tucked back in. And he was telling the story about how Kurt almost cut him a new one. And this guy on YouTube was telling a story about how Kurt was a crazy man. And I was saying, look, I don't recommend anybody violence. I'm not a violent person. I don't recommend it. But at some point, that person who was manhandling all those people who had come through before, it's really ironic that this scrawny little Kurt Cobain from nowhere needed to be the one to tell this guy to stop being a fucktard. And this bouncer retired a week or two later and whatever. But basically, it sounds like the guy mellowed out a lot. And I'm
well,
not recommending people break
probably he went back to the bar and he's telling everybody how he was fucking roughing up Kurt, and they're like, "What a dick," you know? And then he's like, I guess that was a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, so we shouldn't go. Amen. So we shouldn't go smashing beer bottles on people's heads. But I agree with you that we should teach our 5-year-old kung fu, and they should practice it on anybody who fucking touches them in a way that they don't want to be touched. Amen.
People, you know, and that's the thing. I mean, imagine if that was Jet Li or something, you know? I mean, he grabbed the guy by the little finger and say, "Can I help you?" You know? I mean, and that's the point. I mean, Jet Li is a fucking national treasure to China, you know, and he's like a true master. But I'm just saying it gives them so much more confidence, and you so much more confidence when you see that they are able to handle themselves. And I mean, literally, a 12-year-old girl who's been studying, you know, some kind of kung fu for 7 years, if some fucking dipshit fucking molester tries to fuck with her, I mean, he'll never see it coming, you know, and she literally could just walk away fucking like this. You know, almost no matter what size the guy is. Because, again, he never see it coming. And she just take it out. Take it down. Because that's what she's been trained to do.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So, anyway, Daniel, right?
Yep, Daniel from Ohio. We spoke about a year ago.
Are you smoking today, or are you just eating? You said you were smoking,
well, I haven't
right?
eaten anything today. I've been smoking. I've been eating for the last week and haven't smoked at all, or almost at all. But today, my little tincture ran out, and I didn't want to decarboxylate a whole new bottle, and I said, "F it, it's 420," and so I think I packed up a bong around 11 o'clock, and probably another one around 3 or 4, and probably another one about 10 minutes or 30 minutes after I started watching your show, because I was about to go to bed. I was, I'm in the East Coast, and so I was about to go to bed, but I was just pacing the house, and I thought, shit, let me see what Mox is saying. Oh shit, it's 420. Yeah, I knew that was coming. And anyway, as soon as I started watching your bud porn, like as soon as I tuned in, you had bud porn going on, and I thought, oh yeah, okay, let me pack another bowl before bed. And then I started listening to you and your callers and everything, and I forgot that I'd packed a bowl, and I don't know if 5 minutes went by or 30 minutes went by, but I finally went out there and smoked it before I called. Maybe I called you before I smoked it, and then I didn't get through, and then I smoked it and came back. I can't remember the whole chain of events, but anyway, yeah, 3 times today I think I smoked, so
nice.
First time in a week or so.
Well, that should be working pretty well for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. It wasn't a dab. It was just like 3 hits on some Cheezel that I bought almost a year ago. We're in Ohio. It's not legal, and so you know how things go here. So I didn't smoke for 19 years maybe. I stopped smoking back in 2001. I smoked a lot. Well, smoking was a small part of it, But I mean, the whole party scene for like 4 years back, But just a couple months after 9/11, I said, I'm going to kind of go off of, anything, substance in the body. I think I went off of caffeine too. But, I got really, really sick. I guess it was, when was that? Back in 2013, I got really sick, and I lost 25% of my body weight in 6 months.
Wow.
And I went from being a really, really kind of top of your class, muscular strength guy to basically couldn't do anything in 6 months. And the doctors all told me that basically I was fine. I just needed to take their happy pills and everything would be okay. I just needed to take their psychotropics.
Yeah.
And I basically did tests for 2 years, and it showed all sorts of problems, in terms of high white blood cell count and swollen liver and stuff. A lot of problems. But the doctor said, "Oh no, don't worry about it. It's nothing. Just take our antidepressants," which I didn't take. But it's what they kept recommending, and they basically said I was fine, even though I'd lost 25% of my body, which is called chronic wasting, and nobody who loses 25% of their body weight involuntarily is healthy, and it's like a major sign of a lot of things. Anyway, long story short, we paid $1,300 to a off insurance doctor who looked at all of the studies and said, OMG, they haven't prescribed you antibiotics yet. Don't you realize? Anyway, long story short, this doctor that we paid $1,300, great guy. And when I say $1,300, it's worth every penny if you have those pennies. I had to, use my parents' money actually to go to that doctor. I had $1,300 to my name, but I wasn't going to spend it on another doctor who told me to take happy pills, and so my parents fronted their money, and the doctor said, "Oh my God, what are they doing to you? Have nobody's prescribed you antibiotics yet? You have a CT scan showing clear fluids in your abdomen. That's an obvious sign of like abdominal infection. You have every sign of abdominal infection. Nobody's prescribed." I said, "No, they just keep offering me these happy pills of, will make you feel happy, and so anyway, it's been a long road, but, I started smoking bud the year after I got sick with which I think is probably Lyme disease and all of the co-infections that go along with it, because I wasn't able to eat or sleep for a long time, and I was chronically wasting. And I told my wife, who was a good, faithful Mormon, at the time, and I said, "Look, honey, I know that there's a plan out there that helps people to eat and helps people to sleep and helps people to relax their muscles," which was another chronic problem I'd had for about 7 or 8 years. And so she was being the good, companion that she was. She said, "Okay, whatever, I support you." And so on January 1st, 2014, when bud became legal recreationally in California or in Denver, we're from Ohio. We found ourselves in Denver on January 1, 2014.
Nice.
With a family, me, my wife, my 3 kids, and I purchased bud quote legally. I'm putting quotes up here, legally, and used it for the first time in like 19 years. Well, since I can't do the math right now, but what is that, 15 years? Somebody do the math. But you know what I mean. From 2001 until 2014, I had never used. But I used it again for the first time on January 1, 2014 in Denver, and my muscles just have basically felt good ever since. I still have Lyme disease. I still have liver disease. I still have blood infection. I still have all that stuff. But basically, my coping with all of that stuff and all of the periphery of the things that matter are largely greatly enhanced by the use of a God-given cannabis plant that for some reason some fucking dickheads want to stick people in prison because they possess or sell or something, and it's beyond me. And just so you know, when I was in college, I wrote papers on this. I advocated this even as a faithful Mormon. I understood what this was. And so this isn't a new thing for me. This is my whole life thing for me. But yeah, it's different when you're sick and you're ailing and nobody's offering you medicine other than happy pills, not even antibiotics. When you have CT scans showing blood infection and swollen liver, so that's where I come from. So.
Yeah, I hate the medical, for-profit medical industrial complex again and again. They just have a conflict of interest. You know what I mean? Their purpose is to make money off of you, not to heal you. And I just can't trust that at all. Just doesn't. I can't do it. Not again.
Amen. Anytime there's a conflict of interest, then you can't trust the system that's bringing it because there's a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Amen.
Well, all right, Daniel. I'm glad that you're feeling better.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, and I look for and keep up. I'm glad the tinctures are working for you. I'm glad Pete told you about the carbonization. Because, if that works, and tinctures are a beautiful thing. They're easy to use. You can carry them everywhere. Nobody's ever going to question you about them.
Good point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
I never really thought about that, but if I had to get off on an airplane again, I might think about that.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what can carry on and off anymore these days, but you know, you want to be careful. The last thing you want to do is screw up at travel plans, you know.
I hope to never fly in an airplane ever again, just so you know. I used to fly in airplanes all the time, all over the country, all over the world in my former life where I was a logistics professional, but professional. I put that in quotes with the smiley face after, just so you know. But I get what you're saying. I hope I never fly again in my life unless, I'm going to something I really want to see. So.
Yeah, no, I think people, it's hard to say where the airline industry is going, but it seems like it's going to be turning around here, and a lot of things are going to start to pick up again. So, but keep it up with your eating the cannabis, because it's really good for you, dude, and clearly you know that, and I'm so glad that it makes a big difference in your life, because the difference that it can make, as I've said again and again, is life and death. Either having a life or not really having a life.
Yeah. Well, so I know you don't want, amen, and I know you don't want to talk about it on 420, but I'll just say that we're all sitting here, well, not all of us, but we're kind of sitting here waiting to see if the government tells us we're allowed to have a life in the next week or two, and how that life is allowed to be, and how we need to be dressed appropriately for that life, and what words we're allowed to say or not say. And so, okay, but someday this war's going to end, and we all got to die someday, and all of that is true too. So.
All right, Daniel, it's good to hear from you.
All right, love you, man.
All right, look forward to talking to you again soon. Bye. Happy 420. All right, so, and that's my beautiful babies right there down at the same lake where I was showing you the video that we took from yesterday. And I have another clip here I'm going to play for you. I'll be right back.
Now, the latest in our series, The Green Rush. As marijuana legalization has swept the country, investors are seeing green. In California, new companies are scaling up operations, while some smaller businesses are fighting for survival. Economics correspondent Paul Solman has the story, part of his regular reporting, Making Sense.
So we have about 60 to 70 different strains at any given time.
At East of Eden in Salinas, California, pick your cannabis flower, any flower, labeled by brand and THC punch.
Well, here's one, Berry OG, 29.7, so you get really high off of this, I take it.
Anything above 25 will sell out almost immediately.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Paul Henderson, formerly with Goldman Sachs, now CEO of Grupo Flor, which owns 2 dispensaries and will open 18 more within a year.
We'll do around, right now, 1.3 million a month in sales from this store alone, yeah.
And Grupo Flor isn't just retail. In a few years, the firm's become one of California's largest cannabis companies, from retail to cultivation to manufacturing and distribution. Co-founder Mike Bitar had been in commercial real estate.
And I just happened to stumble across cannabis and saw how lucrative it was and realized we should get in the business.
Were you a user?
No, I didn't see the difference between heroin, unfortunately, and marijuana.
Well, he soon did. By 2016, when Californians voted to legalize recreational adult marijuana use, Bitar and partners had already snapped up 1.5 million square feet of greenhouse space, lying fallow since the cut flower business emigrated to South America. They grow cannabis instead.
There might not be a larger wealth-generating opportunity that I'll see in my lifetime again. I mean, it's staggering what can be built in this industry right now.
$18 billion was invested in cannabis last year alone. And, says industry researcher John Kaguya, big-time players are moving in.
Constellation Brands, the world's largest alcohol company, and Altria, the world's largest tobacco company. But you've also seen companies like Molson Coors, Lagunitas Brewing Company, CVS and Walgreens getting into the space.
This is the green rush, chasing an estimated $350 billion in annual global sales. Kaguya thinks $1 trillion within 15 years. In Santa Barbara County, acres of white structures house some of the biggest grows in the world. Grupo Flor is rushing to keep up.
Welcome, Kendra. Kendra is our new Chief Legal Counsel.
A recent operations meeting, New employees, new dispensaries.
They're targeting this location to be the dispensary for celebrities.
And over speakerphone,
Greetings from Colombia.
new operations overseas.
We incorporated Grupo Flor Colombia in February of this year. We are also looking at Mexico, and last but not least, we're looking at Asia as well.
In Salinas, fences block the product from public view, while razor wire and guards protect the high-profit plants from thieves.
A farm like this is ever flowering. We're always cutting and always harvesting.
5 crops a year in this greenhouse, says Grupo Flor's Gavin Kogan, versus just 1 or 2 outdoors. This is one of the firm's 7 California sites.
Right now what's happening in California is aggregation. Companies are acquiring other companies, and so if we don't cultivate, we lose our supply chain, we can get crushed out.
Crushed out like Oliver Bates.
So you cultivated marijuana for 25 years, and now you're out of the business and broke?
Now I'm out of the business and broke.
Bates grew cannabis for years in the Monterey County hills near Big Sur. But with legalization came new rules and regs.
Outside investment came in and lobbied their interest and made sure that in the new regulation that only commercial greenhouses were allowed to grow cannabis.
So you cannot have an outdoor farm in Monterey County?
Yes. I've been giving away weed, all my weed. I can't say a pound of mine made it to the Grammys, and it was a big hit.
But it's not legal yet?
Not legal yet.
What are you doing for a living now?
Consulting and working for free. I'm actually not making a living right now.
So how are you surviving?
I'm broke day by day, you know, and really help from friends at this point.
Further north in Humboldt County, outdoor is okay, but it's costly. Dylan Mattoll had to run a licensing steeplechase.
We're probably into it about $100,000.
$100,000 and how much of your time?
Well, about 3 years.
Really?
Absolutely. For many people, it wasn't even possible to be compliant in the sense of dealing with the regulatory requirements for roads, water, grading. And so for some people, it isn't feasible to move on.
What's more, since the 1960s, rural, rugged, way out of the way Humboldt has attracted government-leery homesteaders who grew pot illegally. To no one around here does regulation compliance come naturally.
A lot of the, as we would call them, legacy farmers here have been doing this for a long time, generations, and the culture was to keep your head down, mind your own business.
And having nothing to do with the man, right?
But having nothing to do with the man.
There are thousands of cannabis farms in Humboldt, but just a tiny fraction have been licensed.
Where this is going to end, I couldn't say quite yet, but it's a void and a vacuum that is not going to be readily filled. There is not a huge economy in Humboldt County currently outside of cannabis.
And small farmers like Mattoll, licensed and now growing above board, face other hurdles.
There currently still is zero banking in the cannabis industry. So imagine trying to start a small business, funding it entirely on your own without credit.
Grupo Flor's Gavin Kogan sympathizes.
This is really difficult to do. It takes a lot of capital. The regulations are heavy. We're overtaxed. And so where I really feel the pain point for small farmers is that they're having to face the obstacles we face without the capital and without the people and the business know-how to really do an effective job.
And without the cost advantages of the black market from which they've come. Nikki Lestrado's Mendocino farm is now legit, but most of her neighboring farmers aren't. And they pose as much of a threat as her corporate competitors, she says.
Right now they're able to sell at $1,500, where we're getting, after all the expenses involved, the taxes, etc., and the packaging, about $900 a pound.
And if you're a seller on the black market...
You sell it on the black market, you just do like the old days. You just grow it in seclusion, hope the cops don't find you, and find a buyer, and they come right up, they pay you cash, and it's out the door.
No permits.
No permits, no licenses, no taxes. The disadvantage the black market has is, of course, like in the old days, they have to worry about the cops. They have to worry about helicopters circling overhead, getting busted.
So you're in the odd position now.
Very odd.
Of rooting for the helicopters.
But it's difficult, though, because, there are friends, there are neighbors, and it is what we used to do, so how can I judge them?
Back in Monterey County, where only greenhouse growing is allowed,
we're going extinct. We're really fighting to survive.
Oliver Bates lobbies to make outdoor grows legal. And what does he think of big new operations like Grupo Flor?
I am furious that they had no respect for the people that brought this to them.
The people who paid their dues?
The people that paid their dues, the people that spent their lives hiding in the bushes from helicopters, feeling like they were criminals. And for that, I'll be forever furious.
Lawyer and Grupo Flor co-founder Gavin Kogan is conflicted.
I spent most of my time as a cannabis attorney representing small growers. It affects me to be seen as a threat and somebody that is against their interests, because I don't conceive of myself that way.
But he is a threat due to the economies of scale of industrial production as prohibition comes to an end. For the PBS NewsHour, this is business and economics correspondent Paul Solman in Northern California.
Mic is not hot. Okay. So, what the hell did I click on? What is that? Boo Bear Cam. Boo Bear Cam mic doesn't need to be hot. Okay, so, what was I saying? Oh, there's the Boo Bear. He decided to join us. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you, Chris?
I am doing great.
Wow, that's
And,
good to hear. You don't usually doing great.
Well, okay, fair point. But did you have a good bicycle day? How was your bicycle day?
We went to the lake and it was lovely, and I enjoyed it very much.
Very good. And I don't know if others are aware of the fact that Bicycle Day is the anniversary of the Albert Hoffman spilling LSD or ingesting LSD and then realizing what its effects were on a bicycle trip he took in Basel, Switzerland on April 19th, 1943.
And it sounded like a wonderful bicycle trip that he had.
Yeah, it did.
It's April 19th. Again, it's April 19th is Bicycle Day. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he continued to be an advocate for psychedelics his entire life. He was critical of people like Timothy Leary, and he was critical of people who were promoting LSD, maybe just eating it all the time, just eating it like a consumer drug. But he thought that the effects that it had of opening up the mind were a very powerful experience that people should have and experience and appreciate. And I like Albert Hoffman for that score and bringing psychedelics, although it's chemistry, to the masses inadvertently because, 15, 20, 25 years later, people started using LSD experimentally, recreationally.
Well, not just recreationally. I mean, they were using it.
Therapy for psychiatrists.
Yeah, psychiatrists were using it as a therapy also. Supposedly a life-changing therapy, where you just have to have 1 or 2 sessions. And instead of having to go through years and years of therapy, you were able to, in a couple of long drug-induced trances. LSD is amazing. I highly recommend it as long as it's good, you get it from a good source, and you have good surroundings. You like the people that you're with.
Good surroundings.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially good internal surroundings as well. That you're in the right space psychologically, where you're just not in a shitty mood. Probably not the best time to eat LSD in a confined space in a bad mood. You want to be in the right frame of mind. That would be my constructive advice with all hallucinogens. But a few moments ago, you were playing a clip about cannabis. I mean, you've played quite a few clips about cannabis tonight. But I just wanted to point out that, like, in the 19th century, marijuana was used in pharmacology. Like people could go to the pharmacist and buy tinctures and buy cannabis infused medicines at their pharmacy. So in the United States, there was a history before Prohibition in the early 20th century, culminating in the 1933, 1935, when it was banned on a federal level.
Which again is one of the things that I try to point out, that when the for-profit medical industrial complex for generations tells us that marijuana has zero medicinal qualities, they know that they're lying. Anyone with a history book knows that they're lying, and it's disgusting that they would, the pillars of our community would so blatantly lie to us, simply, and allow little children who have hundreds of seizures a fucking week not have access to medicine that works, simply in order to enrich themselves. Go ahead, Chris.
I completely agree. And there was a writer, I think he writes for The Intercept right now. His name is Ryan Grim. And he said, the name of his book was This is America on Drugs, or This is America's Brain on Drugs. And one of the points that I remember from that book was that drug prohibition, like cannabis and opioid prohibition, kind of moved in a wave throughout American history, and it was exactly inverted to alcohol prohibition. So, when alcohol is popular, that's when they tend to ban substances that aren't alcohol. And then when there's a backlash to alcohol because of the abuse, then all of a sudden natural substances become more popular in American culture. And it's like this wave that he follows from, I don't know, when he wrote the book 2005 all the way back to, say, the Civil War. And he shows this pattern. It's kind of interesting. Because if you think about it, they banned herb federally in the 30s at the same exact time, a couple of years after alcohol was reintroduced into American culture.
Yeah.
So people were promoting alcohol in the 1930s in the middle of a depression, no less, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there was this excerpt I found from an article written by, Lester Greenspoon, who writes for High Times. He's a doctor who writes for High Times. And this article was from 2005, and he just makes a note. He says, the first Western physician to take interest in cannabis as medicine was W.B. O'Shaughnessy, a young professor at the Medical College of Calcutta who had observed its use in India. He gave cannabis to animals, satisfied himself that it was safe, began to use it with patients suffering from rabies, rheumatism, epilepsy, tetanus. In a report published in 1839, he wrote that he found a tincture of hemp, a solution of cannabis and alcohol taken orally, to be an effective analgesic. He was also impressed with its muscle relaxant properties and called it an anticonvulsant remedy of the greatest value. He returned to England in 1842, provided cannabis to pharmacists. Doctors in Europe and the United States soon began to prescribe it for a variety of physical conditions. Was given to Queen Victoria by a court physician, listed in the United States Dispensary in 1854, which is like the list of drugs that people can distribute. And also commercial cannabis preparations could be bought in drugstores. During the Centennial Exposition of 1876 in Philadelphia, some pharmacists carried 10 pounds or more of hashish around with them. So it is in our history, it isn't like it was something that was just introduced, randomly into our culture. People have been using herb for medicine, for as long as they've been making these tinctures, 200 years, more or less.
Yeah, and not just medicine, a whole lot of other things too. But yeah, definitely medicine.
Lots of other things. But just for example, when people are talking about drugs, they tend to focus on drugs and that whole how it affects your brain thing. And in fact, doctors were aware of how it affected people's brains in a positive way, almost 180 years ago,
right?
In the record,
right?
And therefore, it isn't something new. It's not novel. It's not a weird thing. So on and so forth. It's been part of our culture for a very long time. And some people just want to deny that. They want to imagine that that isn't real, and that has a lot to do with control, I think, mostly. And about that last story you played about the folks in Northern California and the troubles that they're having with real estate and so on, I had a kind of a personal anecdote from my brother, who lives in San Francisco, who was looking to maybe purchase land in Humboldt County. And the reason he was considering doing that was because the price of property that he was aware of through his community had dropped in value from $350,000 for 6 acres to $120,000 for 6 acres of land in that very area where PBS was shooting. And the reason is for the very reason that the PBS story was describing, is that people can't meet code, or they don't want to meet code, or they're not going to profit by meeting the code for developing their farms. And it has to do with big fucking money. Like if you have an investor who can buy permits and purchase equipment, and then you're all good to go. Or even if you're rich fucking hippies who made a pile of gold and invest that gold and go through, whatever, investor, then it's all cool. But if you're just a small farmer, you're more likely than not lost your land because of legalization, right? And enforcement. So apparently they're using drones.
I hear you. Right. Yeah, I hear you.
And
That's a big part of the problem with legalization, is that it doesn't ever mean that now our hands are off your weed and you can have your freedom back. It means that now more than ever we're going to be enforcing bullshit fucking tyrannical fucking laws about growing flowers. Go ahead.
And new technology, Mike, like drone technology, in addition to satellite technology, in addition to, so on, so cell phone technology, people are you're not going to be invisible anymore. It's going to be very challenging to be invisible, like with drones, right, that can just fly over your property and take some pictures. So the way apparently it works is when they fly over your property and they take some pictures, they put a notice on your door, and the notice is like, you've just been fined like $10,000, 1, and 2, if these things are not completely gone in like 24 hours, we'll proceed to fine you X amount of thousands of dollars per day. That simple.
And that's happening now in all over California or other places?
Well, at least in Humboldt County, as it was explained to me by somebody who knows the people in that community. That was described to me. And I have no reason to doubt that person at all. So, I mean, that was what was described to me. I could pull up newspaper articles maybe, but they're using drones. And if you think about it, during certain times of the year, I mean, there's ways you can camouflage anything, of course, but you know what I mean? A drone can go up and around and left and right and yada yada. It isn't just like an aerial photograph from a helicopter or an airplane. It's much more real.
Yeah, no, I hear you. A drone can go anywhere.
So anyway, that was an aside that I noted that, like, so how does that work? So the small farmers who are, you know, I don't know, probably other people in chat would know much more information about this, right? Who can produce X amount and make money on the black market or make money in California in other ways. Those small people are going to be more scrutinized, and most of them can't afford to keep their land anymore, like they said, because they're not going to be able to grow tomatoes to make the same amount of money that they make growing herb. So they're selling their land. What does that mean? It means that wealthier farmers and corporate herb farmers have an opportunity to buy the land at a 60% markdown. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people in California are still going to smoke weed. I mean, there's what, 30 million people. They're going to smoke weed. So that isn't really the question. It's just the question of who's going to provide it to them. And inevitably, it's going to be these corporations. And that certainly was the case in Washington State when those bastards refused to allow us to grow whatever, half a dozen plants in our yard, as though that was criminal or something.
Yeah.
To this day, it's still contested, I believe. I know you have your medical marijuana card,
Yeah.
but for recreational growers, you can't grow if you have a rental. You have to have a medical marijuana card. And I believe even if you have property, you still can get some kind of a citation. Maybe not a serious offense, but it certainly isn't legal as it stands.
Oh, you want to have a medical card for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So those were a couple of stories I thought that might be relevant on this 420. Of course, the big story today is the oil story.
Yeah.
The price of oil dropping to like $35 below nothing.
I don't even know what that means. Does that mean like if you buy it now, they pay you $37?
I've been trying to understand what that actually means, and from what I understand, it means that the oil at this point it's first of all, it's things that are supposed to happen in the future.
Yeah.
So it's 30 or 60 days in the future. But basically what it boils down to is if they keep producing oil, they are going to have to pay somebody $40 a barrel to keep the oil.
So
something along
yeah,
those
you
lines.
say, hey, I'll take a whole bunch of oil, and then they pay you $40 per barrel to take it. That's what you're saying happens, right?
Something that's exactly correct. But then I've read other articles like from Market Watch, and they've said like, well, it's just bullshit. That on Tuesday the rate's going to go right back to $20. Just watch, because oil is not worth less than nothing. But it's like a trick of the markets and like speculating on the future,
Right.
About like they do with commodities.
Right.
like they do with
Somebody has
grain,
to be
for example.
making fucking so much money right now. It's unbelievable.
And this is a major, like, I mean, you know, I like to play craps like Craig does as well.
Is that
but
right?
Like to base the, well, yeah, I've played dice before.
Oh,
but what I'm saying
Craig's
is
very
that,
good at it.
I bet he is. Well, I'm not a master at it, but I do like watching the game and playing the game. It's an interesting thing, you know, numbers.
Well, next
But
time he's down
the
there
rant-
playing, he'll give you a call and you guys can hang out. You can watch him. He's amazing, dude. He really knows what he's doing.
Maybe he could like attach a. Well, no, anyway. So yeah, I've all the rules and restrictions about that as well. It's all just fucking crazy. Nonviolent crime should not be crime. It's that simple as far as I'm concerned. But I lost my train of thought there.
Well, I think that there's other crimes, you know, stealing things, you know, as can be considered, could be very nonviolent, but still, you know. But at the same time, I think that I think that, you know, this stupid police state, man. I mean, look, if they legalize drugs. Again and again, I've seen these statistics for 20 years that says that 80% of crime is drug related. Okay, so if 80% of crime is drug related, and we legalize all drugs, we just take your fucking stupid laws off the fucking drugs and let, you know, people do what they're gonna do, what they've always done. You know. If that kills 80% of crime, then, you know, I mean, doesn't that free up it gives people all this extra freedom. They don't have to be looking over their shoulder every other step. And then you end this huge giant issue with crime and fuck, man, if we have 25% of the world's prison population, how much money does that save us if we get rid of 80% of that, right?
People tend to abuse drugs, and they tend to abuse alcohol during economic downturns. That's kind of what I've noticed. And then at the same time that people are drugging themselves and they're drinking excessively is when they're in dire straits, and that's when they have a tendency to commit more crime. And at that exact same moment in time, to swell social, you know, uprising, the elites, usually Republicans. I'm thinking of Ronald Reagan right now, but I could also think of Bill Clinton in the mid-'90s because he did the same thing. You know, they'll use the police state to end the war on drugs with Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan, and then they used the war on crack cocaine. No, that was George Bush the father. You remember what the war was with Bill Clinton? Why 100,000 more cops were needed on the streets? He put more cops on the streets. Bill Clinton did.
Yeah, I think that had a lot to do with. I think that had a lot to do with crack cocaine, honestly.
Mm-hmm. So when there's a recession, the CIA
at least that's what they said. Go ahead.
The drug dealers pump these neighborhoods with drugs to make the people kind of anesthetized to the pain that they're experiencing.
Yeah.
And then they pick up their children for being addicted to drugs and terrorize the entire community. And really what the problem is that the community doesn't have enough resources to begin with to sustain itself. And I can think of so many communities that I'm familiar with where this has happened. The south side of Chicago is a great example of that.
And all these resources, all these limited resources go into policing these people for normal human activity. Go ahead.
So I agree with you that, and I think you're probably right, a huge percentage, 75, 80% of the crime, I would not be surprised at all, is related to people stealing for their drug habits, or how crime is defined as drug laws, or somehow associated with money that has to do with drug trading. So just legalize all the drugs and decriminalize the drugs so that people aren't penalized for them. But at the same exact time, give people frickin' health care.
Yeah.
Okay? If there's a depression like there is right now, and you have 22 to 30% unemployment like there is right now, and you're taking people's health care away from them because the United States is one of the only countries in the world where your health care system is directly tied to your employment. That isn't the case in many other countries in the world. Therefore, people don't have health care. If they don't have health care, instead of going to a doctor to talk with them about how they can use medical marijuana to help them, they might just take some opiates that their neighbor are giving them on the street, that they say, hey, eat these pills, might be good for your back.
Right.
And they might get, so that's how the black market works.
Yeah.
If a person has a doctor to go to, and I know you don't like doctors or healthcare clinics, I don't either, and I don't go to them. But I mean, if I hurt my back, right, and I needed some help, I would like them to explain to me like how medical marijuana could help me, or what are my options for painkillers, instead of having to go to the black market and buy something from a guy named Freddie that comes in a little plastic bag that he kind of pushes in my face.
Yeah, and gives you other fucking more dangerous options to go along
Later
with it
down
too.
the road, of course he does, and he always does. I mean, that basically is true. So anyway, I don't think that's cool.
And not only that, but they don't care about whether you're fucking 18 or 12.
No, they just care about the money they make.
Right.
Just like the pharmaceutical companies, they're just not as powerful as the pharmaceutical companies. Although some of the cocaine traffickers and some of the drug smugglers over the border probably are as big as the pharmaceutical companies. I mean, there's photographs in the Mexican newspapers of the Sinaloa cartel distributing aid to people because of coronavirus. So even though they're supposed to be invisible, they're somehow like right in the public with like the BBC and Telsur taking photographs of them distributing aid. So they're not that invisible. They're powerful people in their community.
Yeah.
There was one picture though, before I go, if you can find it, your viewers or listeners might find it interesting. It's from the mirror.co.uk. And if you type in a search engine, the title of it is called Solid Gold 2,400-year-old bongs used by tribes to smoke cannabis and opium unearthed in Russia. It's a long title. Solid gold 2,400-year-old bongs used by tribes to smoke cannabis and opium unearthed in Russia. And there's a couple of photographs of what they found. And they found Scythian, this article, by the way, is from 2015. It's 5 years old.
Oh.
But there's photographs of these gold objects that the Scythians would fill with marijuana leaves, and also apparently maybe with opium. And then they would waft them through the air, kind of like in the Catholic Church. You know how they waft burning incense through the air. They would waft them, I believe, and that's how they got high. They're called bongs, although I don't see any water and I don't see any stem. And this raises the question of smoking, because from all of my research, Mike, and as a smoker, I've always been curious about this. From what I understand, smoking out of a pipe is a New World convention. The only pipes pre-Columbian that I've ever heard of are like opium pipes from Crete, which are made out of like a single bone that have like a hole in it like a flute, and they found opium resin in that hole in Crete. It's the only pipe I've ever found as an artifact before 1500 in the Old World. So it's interesting that they call these devices that the Scythians were using in southern Russia bongs, B-O-N-G-S, even though they didn't have a stem, there was no water. I guess there's hookahs, right? They smoke hash out of hookahs, but I believe that was after European contact.
Well, yeah, that it looks like beautiful work. Those people, craftsmanship was so important back in the day, and I mean,
that really cool?
You see, you see it. I mean, of course, it's for a king, so you better have some craftsmanship involved. But I mean,
2,400-year-old art.
Yeah.
For herb.
Yeah.
Like they're used for herb, like paraphernalia.
Right.
Of the day for the man.
Yeah.
But,
well, this is why I keep saying. This is nothing new. This is the founding fathers grew hemp. They also, I've seen Benjamin Franklin's Farmer's Almanac. Journal entries where he's like kicking himself in the ass because he let his hemp plants go to seed. And the only reason that would matter for you if you let your hemp plants go to seed is if you were worried about the potency of your hemp plants.
And probably, I'm just speculating here, the only reason that Thomas Jefferson or any of the founding fathers, George Washington, would have been aware of hemp was because the British were maybe using it in the West Indies, in the Caribbean, because they were probably using Indian slaves, or they had people who had access to the plant from Asia. I don't know. But then again, I've also heard, as everyone knows, like in 1890, 80 or 90% of the world's fabric was made out of hemp, and that hemp was grown predominantly in Ukraine and Russia and Asia. And it was like their crop that would provide, canvas for the world. And King Cotton kind of took over that again, industrialized farming.
Right, that's why.
Like industrialized pharmaceuticals killed the hemp industry.
That's why Napoleon went to war in Russia, was he wanted to capture the hemp fields.
Yeah, for his navy. I'm going to listen to other callers, Mike. I always appreciate your program, and there were some great calls tonight earlier. And I saw a weird thing.
Oh yeah?
A really, really fucking weird thing. Like, it was weird. So Friday night, I broke curfew on quarantine and visited a friend around a fire with one other person. And I looked up in the sky, and I saw a satellite. I'm like, oh, that's kind of normal. And then I saw another satellite right after it in the same projectile. And then I saw another one. And I'm like, what is that? And then I got the other people's attention. I said, blah, 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 blah.
No. It's echoing, okay? Hold on just a second. Okay, go. Chris, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mike. It was the Starlink satellite train is what I saw.
What
for
now?
10 minutes. It was the Starlink satellite train, which is 60 satellites in orbit. And they travel together as a constellation.
Yeah.
And what it looked like was if you were inside of a giant Ferris wheel and you were looking out and you saw the Ferris wheel moving around you, about every 1.5 degrees you'd see a satellite just moving in sequence.
I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen, satellites, but not like 60 of them. How many did you like see, you think?
It was 60 satellites. Well,
You think you saw 60 of them?
We saw at least 50.
Wow.
And that's what we guessed, 40 to 50. But as we were talking, one of the other two people around the fire had a brother who was a rocket scientist. He called on the phone, swear to God. And the guy told us that it was Starlink. And he gave us a link to a website about Starlink. And there's live satellite tracking websites. So you can track satellites on this website that are in orbit. And they have a link for Starlink. And you can see where and when it goes around the Earth. Apparently, the satellites are launched at one time. So they launch like 60 satellites, something like that. And then they remain in low orbit for 2 days where they're visible to people on Earth, like very visible. And I guess that's what I saw. And then it was like thousands. They're putting thousands of these satellites in space. And I did a little research about it. And a lot of amateur astronomers are extremely pissed off about Starlink.
Yeah.
Because as a monkey, we have the right to look up and see the stars without impediment, right? It's kind of like a natural right. You can go to the mountains. Mount Adams is a place I like to go. You can go to Mount Adams and sit on the mountain and look up, and it's like really clear air, and you can see really easily, right? Well, these satellites are going to interfere with people's looking at stars, which isn't a big deal. But if you're an amateur astronomer and you set your telescope up to take photographs for like these long exposure photographs, because you're looking at objects that are in complete darkness and you're focusing on darkness, any light that it goes across your telescope is going to fuck up your picture.
Well, you say it's not a big deal, okay, but besides, amateur astronomers, if people look into the sky and somehow they don't see the stars that are usually there, even though their brain may not realize that's what they're seeing because they're being blocked out by satellites or whatever, it's going to have an effect on your brain. Because I believe there's something that goes on in the sky, in the night sky, and it's very connected to what goes on in your brain.
So my friend told me a story that was very weird, and he had a link for it. I don't have the link for it. He said there's a city in China that the Chinese government is going to put an object in space, in orbit. They want to put an object in orbit that will create the effect of a full moon in one Chinese city every night of the year.
And they're going to do that?
I believe that's what he said. And there's a timetable for it. I don't have that link. But it will basically create, and the object is to reduce the need for street lamps in the city so that the city is somewhat illuminated by the effect of an artificial full moon.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what right now. The person who puts that fucking thing up there in the sky is gonna be selling advertising on it next week, so you know.
And that was the very next place where the conversation went.
Yeah.
Was putting satellites in a constellation, so you get like 3 characters or 4 characters that say like Coke.
Exactly.
And then everyone in the world gets to see COKE, until they can afford to buy the next 500 satellites that say is great.
Well, they just put it up as a chain. They just put it up as a chain thing.
It was a weird thing. I thought it was a UFO, or I thought the other thing is they were traveling from from west to east, the same way as the Pacific Ocean goes towards the East Coast. So I'm like, I wonder what 60 rockets from China would look like at 9:30 in the evening at high altitude. That's the other thing I thought.
Yeah, I imagine that would go through your head.
It was weird. Nobody knew what it was until we checked it on the computer. And if we didn't have phones or computers, I imagine we would have probably maybe thought about it differently. I don't know. Anyway, that's a true story, and I'll let you go. Thanks again for your program, Mike, and thank you, Craig.
Happy 420, Chris. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Peace, Mike.
Bye. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia. And I have a video here that I wanted to play about grandparents. Again, for elderly people, one of the best things I think that they need to try is cannabis for a whole bunch of reasons. And at the very least, it should be researched extensively.
Who comes to mind when you hear the words cannabis user?
As Lori Matsukawa points out, it could very well be your grandmother as cannabis comes out of the closet.
It's a deep muscle rub, and I use it on my right shoulder and my arm.
Connie Schick used to take the painkiller Percocet after her stroke.
Ruins your stomach for one thing, and it makes you addictive to them. And this is not addictive.
But now she uses a cannabis cream for chronic pain.
You know, you can feel the muscles just kind of relaxing.
Well, good morning, folks. Again, I'm Kelly Ogilvie. I'm the founder of a company called Deep Cell, and we work on technology in cannabis.
Kelly Ogilvie gives talks like these at assisted living campuses a lot because residents like Connie want to learn more about cannabis, specifically cannabidiol, CBD.
CBD is a non-psychoactive chemical in the plant, meaning if you take CBD, it doesn't get you psychoactively high.
Ogilvie explains how the Chinese discovered the healing properties of cannabis nearly 5,000 years ago, how healers in India used the plant for medicine 3,000 years ago, as did the Egyptians, who used it to treat inflammation and glaucoma.
You don't have to trust me. You can just literally ask my sister Sasha right here.
But Ogilvie need only look at his sister, Sasha, to know CBD can be a lifesaver. Her epilepsy caused seizures. She fell and dislocated her shoulder, hurt her knees. She got hooked on opioid painkillers for 6 years.
I had made a decision that I never wanted to take opioids again because it caused a lot of destruction in our family and for myself.
But when her brother suggested CBD sugar, she initially said no.
I don't want to go to a dispensary. I don't want to look like, a pothead.
After trying CBD sugar, Sasha not only managed her pain, she cut her evening epilepsy dosage in half. She's been seizure-free since 2008.
I can't believe this works better than what the doctors had prescribed me.
Dr. Nefi Stella at the University of Washington School of Medicine has been studying cannabis for 25 years.
Can grandma overdose on cannabidiol?
No. Currently, there is no aspect of cannabidiol that we understand that would actually harm grandma or anybody else.
He says CBD has proven therapeutic qualities. He says researchers are very sure CBD can reduce seizures and help fight glioblastomas. And he says it's very likely CBD helps with pain, anxiety, PTSD, and some cancers.
Cannabinoids have a very good safety profile. It all depends on doses and how much you take and how often.
And so what companies like what we're doing is...
For Kelly Ogilvie, cannabidiol is medicine people are seeking and finding.
And the real beauty of it is that the cannabinoids are cheap. Relatively speaking, it's really affordable medicine for people. My sister is proof of the effect it can have, and so it's personal for me.
Lori Matsukawa, King 5 News.
Again, researchers say you cannot overdose on CBD because cannabis is still a Schedule I drug, the same classification as heroin and cocaine. It's extremely difficult to get research permits and grants. And this is particularly frustrating for researchers who see cannabis as an effective and relatively inexpensive treatment for cancer, epilepsy, and Alzheimer's.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky. Some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
That was when we smoked the marijuana. It's 420. Don't give me a hard time. It's 420. Okay? It's once a year. It's the only day the stoners have, right? And you know what really matters about 420 is for a long time the stoners have been saying fuck your fucking laws on 420, and they've been gathering in the parks for giant smokeout celebrations. And it's been a beautiful thing where nobody gets fucking hurt. Almost nobody gets arrested ever. Almost nobody. For a weekend of fucking partying. You know? And somehow, oh, this is evil. We can't do this. This cannot be. And it's all about money and oppression. Those are the only reasons that they kept this life-saving, life-changing medicine from people who desperately need it. So nice, right? So let's see, what were we saying now? What were we saying? Oh, right, we were saying we have this other video to play where these lovely people are growing their own medicine. These lovely older people. I just love this video. Let's play that video.
Canada is zooming towards its own legal revolution. 10 days from now, recreational pot becomes legal to smoke and to carry around. So what happens to the 500,000 Canadians who've already been convicted of possession? Well, the NDP has tabled a private member's bill to have those records expunged. But as Briar Stewart explains, even if it passes, for many Canadians, that might not change much.
This greenhouse is where we have our potted plants.
Bob Woolsey grows marijuana to help alleviate his chronic pain. He first started using cannabis recreationally in his teens, and in the 1970s was charged with possession 3 times.
It really controlled how I approached the rest of my life. I had to look for jobs where they didn't require bonding, where they didn't require any sort of criminal check.
When recreational marijuana is legal, adults will be able to carry up to 30 grams. That's why some legal experts believe those old convictions for possession should be cleared from criminal records. Under the current system, many can apply to have their convictions suspended, but most don't because of the cost and time involved.
A lot of the people who have suffered from cannabis prohibition come from vulnerable communities, and having access to that kind of money and the sophistication to take themselves through the process can be a real barrier.
Case number and then the felony.
That's what happened in California after marijuana was legalized. People weren't filling out the paperwork, so now the court there will do it automatically.
So now jurisdictions across the state are automating this process so that folks are no longer having to go through the long, tough process of petitioning on their own.
The Canadian government says it will look at how to handle past convictions for minor possession once legal marijuana is fully in place.
The buds are set.
Woolsey believes Canada shouldn't stop there. He wants them to look at trafficking as well. That's what he was charged with in 2015 when the RCMP shut down an unregulated dispensary he was running.
They want to erase all the cannabis records right back to the 30s, get rid of them all.
But even if some records are erased in this country, they will remain on American databases. Woolsey has been stopped at the border before, and he isn't hopeful that a change in Canada will make it any easier to enter the U.S. Briar Stewart, CBC News, Desroches, BC.
That guy's growing some pretty flowers, right? He has an awesome setup. Oh man, that greenhouse, I'm so jealous. So jealous right now. It's a flower. He's growing pretty flowers in his greenhouse. And I bet you it helps more people than just him. I bet you he's helping a lot of people. Which is something that anyone where it's legal could do, you know? If you have neighbors, you know, I'm telling you, my neighbors, every once in a while we'll get a new neighbor. I'll go over and say hi. I just made some brownies. Would you like some? Or snickerdoodles. That kind to make you snicker. Only eat one. You have to remind them to only eat one. Only eat one. And it makes a friend right away. You get a new neighbor, and like immediately you have a friend. It's amazing. I love it. So let's see. And that's one. I think that's probably one of the very lovely things about cannabis being legal is that you can then, you know, you don't have to hide it. You don't have to pretend like, you know, somehow if your neighbor finds out that you have cannabis, you know, it could be a problem. He has flowers. He has cannabis flowers. All right, so I hope you guys don't mind me having such a positive attitude in the middle of a fucking plague. Because, look, man, you know, I could preach gloom and doom all day long, but there's so many people who do that already. Alex Jones. You know, you can go from one person to the next. And again, it's this pushing the fear thing, okay? That's not why I'm here. It's never for 1 second been why I'm here. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I am here to empower each and every amazing being that exists at the top of the food chain. The tippy top. This has the ability to make anything happen on this planet. I want to empower you to make those things happen. Anything you want. I want everyone to be able to exert that freedom to their utmost ability. And in doing so, this is what will propel this species into its next evolution. Is you know, this into this global consciousness. I know a lot of you guys hate this idea of a global thing, but again, we have to move beyond whatever the label is that you want to put it on and say, this is the direction that we're all heading now. Because the direction that we're all heading now is over a cliff to the end of this, to the extinction of this species. And I know there's so many people who go, well, good, maybe this species deserves to die. You know, if they're not stupid enough not to run off the fucking cliff, maybe they deserve to die. Well, there's only one little problem with that, and that's that the existence of this species means the existence of all the other species on the planet. Okay, and if we don't, hello, caller.
Hello, Michael.
And if we don't save humans,
I know,
then all the other little creatures and living beings, trees, every fucking flower on the planet dies. Above water or below, above soil or below. And you know why? Because we set up all these fucking little nuclear accidents waiting to happen. Hundreds, if not thousands of them all over the planet. And unless we're there to make sure that they don't turn into another fucking nuclear accident, it's guaranteed that they will. So this species can't die, or everything else on the planet goes with it.
Fucking way, bro. This is freaking me out. Are we gonna be all right?
Of course, we're always all right. It's what
we do. Because we're hanging out and shit. People were fucking hanging out, doing it live, whether you like it or not. Fucking epic. 420, keeping a positive attitude, tuning in to the show, social distancing.
Are you enjoying the 420?
I'm fucking, you know what, dude? I ate some marijuana today.
Excellent.
Believe it or not.
Good work. Keep up the good work. That's a good thing. It's a good thing, right?
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
You can take your marijuana and you can eat it if you want to. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's fucking epic.
It's awesome.
Let it go
perfect.
through your veins like alcohol. Let the weed go through your veins instead of alcohol. How about that? You know,
alcohol
hang
is
out
poison.
with your friends.
Alcohol is a carcinogen. Alcohol is very, very bad for you.
I know. So is marijuana, they say.
Yeah.
They
lie.
Saying that everything is fucking bad for me. And then people, they tell me it's bad for you. And I know, it's fucking crazy. And
yeah, but they don't tell you that alcohol is a carcinogen. They leave that out.
They leave that shit out. I swear to God.
So it's not like
if
they
you
are
drink alcohol.
They tell you cannabis, which is completely safe, is incredibly dangerous, and reefer madness this and reefer madness that.
I know.
But alcohol, which is a carcinogen and the #1 date rape drug in the fucking world, is pushed day and night with all kinds of fucking sexuality and all kinds of other bullshit.
I don't want to talk about any of all that stuff. Jesus Christ, we're on a fucking news outlet right now currently. I'm just telling you. I know that alcohol is a carcinogenic because if you need to take a shot or drink a beer, currently, ladies and gentlemen, in America, you're probably going to smoke a fucking goddamn cigarette. You're going to smoke a fucking cigarette, and then you know what? After that, you're going to want to fucking smoke a goddamn joint. And then,
And if you just start
You know
with
what?
if you just start with a joint, you'd be good.
I know, if you just hang out, fucking chill, listen to Mox News, you don't need to go out into the world before social distancing. You can hang out at your house, take a look at your behavior in spite of yourself, and sit there on 420 and just appreciate what you have currently. And, smoke a J. You don't have to drink a large amount of beer at a bar, then go fucking smoke a cigarette, then fucking smoke a J, then fucking next thing you know, you want to fucking do a line of cocaine, and then next thing you want to fucking do some heroin, and then fucking you need to come up off the heroin, and then you fucking need to do some meth.
I've never
You
wanted
don't
to do
need to do
heroin.
any of
I've
it.
never wanted to do heroin.
Fucking want it.
Never.
There is a plant out there on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. There is a plant. It's a plant that grows in the middle of the goddamn world. And people are angry at it. And you know what? Let them be angry at it. Let them be angry at it. They're making themselves look extremely fucking stupid by being angry at a fucking plant. It's fucking hilarious. And people need to call them out in that way. And I got a song.
All right, we're
Believe
not
it
gonna
or
do
not,
a
I
song.
got a song.
No, we're not going to do a song. All right. So, thanks for calling. Happy 420.
It's a Sublime song.
I know, it's good. Good.
For all
good-
the fucking,
good
stoners
choice.
out there.
Good choice. All right.
Shit.
All right. Thanks for calling. Happy 420. Me and my girl, we got this relationship. I love her so much, and she treats me like shit. I'm locked down like a penitentiary. She spreads her loving all over, and when she comes home, there's none left for me. Summertime, the living's easy. Endless summer, baby. Or were you thinking more like, I wake up in the morning and I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints at night, smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, makes me feel alright. Were you thinking more like that? Or how about? Nah, that's enough. Alright, let's see, where were we at? Oh, right, we were going to play this video. Which one was it? It was this one right here about, okay, here's a Fox News clip where they're talking about how marijuana helps people, believe it or not.
From our affiliate Fox 29, one of the big stories there tonight, Pennsylvania's governor says the state's medical marijuana program has helped 83,000 patients cope with various conditions and illnesses in its first year. Approximately 1,000 physicians are now approved to allow patients to access the drug, and more than 14,000 doctors have registered to be a part of that program.
I just want to show pretty pictures of pretty green plants, and enjoy the day, right? I don't know if this is what Mox News should become. It's just, I have an idea for a whole new business that I really want to be, helping people learn how to grow weed. And hopefully, I have everything that I need to make that happen. So hopefully we'll be able to get that going here soon. Because again, I believe the more people on the planet growing cannabis, the better the planet will be for people to live. I honestly believe that. I can't believe that more wholeheartedly. So let's make that happen, people. It's up to you. Make the world a better place. Grow some flowers in your closet. Now, we were going to do this thing where I played another video that says, not that one, not that one, not that one. I guess maybe we're not going to play another video. I'm going to play this 420 HempFest clip again because I love that clip.
We're going to start on 10 and count backwards, and you can do it. 10, 9. What time is it? All right. Cool. Man, I can't tell you how long we've been looking forward to looking back on this time. Okay.
What time is it? 4:20.
I want to remind you of a couple quick things that I have a responsibility. I have a responsibility to talk to you about. And do we have? I mean, we have fire extinguisher or something. I don't know what's going on. I want to tell you that we passed I-75 last year, making simple possession of Lewis police priority in the city limits. And the Seattle Police Department the city of Seattle has respected that. There was an article in the Seattle Times not too long ago showing that marijuana arrests have plummeted since the pass of I-75. I want to thank the Seattle Police Department who put their lives on the line every day for us. When I'm in trouble, I do not call any of you guys. I call the Seattle Police Department. And they have shown that they respect the law, so let's be responsible and let's show them our respect all year long. Not just at HempFest. Let's show them our respect all year long. The Port Police Department, the Port of Seattle Police Department, they also put their lives on the line to protect us and make sure, that the Homeland Security with stuff coming in our ports, that nothing blows up or anything like that from the crazy terrorists that are across the oceans that want to hurt us and all that stuff. For whatever reason, I want to thank the fire department, the Seattle Fire Department, and first responder medics who are here and who are everywhere. They are the heroes of 911, the police and the medics. They're the ones that died on 911 along with thousands of civilians. The civilians were trying to get out. They had no way to escape. But the police and fire department, they knew what was happening and they went in anyway. And they lost their lives. And I don't know, if that's not cool enough for you, giving up your life to protect people, I don't know what is. So can we give a thank you to those that aren't here and those that are? 1, 2, 3. You're the best crowd in the world! Give yourselves a hand, but not too much, you'll slap somebody next to you.
You're the stonedest crowd in the world!
Okay, can we get a couple more hundred people up on stage? I'm just kidding, it's all good. No worries. Cougar, come on, let's make it quick, Cougar.
Make some
What you got going on here, man?
Hundreds of thousands of people show up for that event every year, and there's like 1 or 2 arrests. It's a 3-day weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there's like 1 or 2 arrests all weekend long. And like nobody gets hurt, nobody gets beat up. It's really a beautiful thing. But that was back in the day when we were allowed to do beautiful things. Those days are gone. No more beautiful things for the beautiful people. They're just enjoying too much connecting. Boy, that Rufus, he's having some serious dreaming issues over there. You see that? Look at those little paws going. Can you see that? He's like, dream, 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 dream. Run, 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 run. Oh, there's a bunny. Oh, there's a bunny. I gotta go get that kitty. I gotta get the kitty. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Michelle. Did I catch you at a bad time?
No. How are you, Michelle?
Feeling about as good as you're feeling, that's for sure.
Right on. Well, then you must be doing pretty good.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. just wanted to call on this, beautiful holiday of ours. Just say happy 420.
Yeah, it's really the only day we kind of had to steal this one. It's like, it's Stoner's New Year. I like that Mike or Chris from Olympia brought up Bicycle Day, because I always forget about it. I always forget about the creation of LSD on April 19th, and what a beautiful thing that added to the world too. So.
Oh, I didn't even know that's what they were talking about.
Yeah, Bicycle Day on April 19th. I forget what year. The guy who created LSD, he spilled some on his hand when he was in his lab, and then he went to go and get on his bicycle, because it's like Sweden or something like that, and they everybody rides bikes. There's like 1930s, so. And he started tripping balls while he was riding his bicycle, and he just said it was like the most magical thing that ever happened to him. And they went back and perfected it, and he was always very positive about what it could add to people's lives. And I wanted to mention also that Steve Jobs, the legendary Apple creator, all you guys who carry those phones, he said that LSD was one of the most important experiences of his lifetime. So
Wow. Interesting fact.
Yeah, very cool, huh? But I always forget that's April 19th. I never go, oh, it's Bicycle Day, unless somebody reminds me.
I was over here thinking Côte de France. I'm like, all right, go on with your bad self, Mike.
Yeah, nice.
That video was pretty cool, man. Of you guys at that party, that 420 party, that was pretty neat.
Oh yeah, that was back in the day. That was Hemp Fest. They do it they used to do it in August. I don't know if we ever get to do that sort of thing anymore.
Damn, no shit, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy. We already can't hug. Now we can't have festivals and everything else. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, what's the world gonna be with no dancing, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be like Footloose. Shit. But it's gonna be all right. Conversation for another time.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I love your videos, man, your clips and shit, especially that one at the old lady folks place.
Yeah.
With the oils and everything.
Yeah.
And there's a friend of mine that uses that CBD oil because she had a hip replacement.
Uh-huh.
And she was taking all kinds of fucking medicines and it wouldn't help. She was like, it would work, like the strong pain medicines, they would help for like 20 minutes. And she was like, she couldn't take it anymore. So then, a friend of hers told her about this CBD oil. She's like, okay, well, let me give it a shot. Man, just a little bitty canister. It's like $110. I wouldn't check it out.
Yeah.
And she was like, it works. She goes, I vouch for it. It works. And ever since I've been using that, I feel a lot better. And I don't have to take any other pain medicine. I'm like, damn, that is amazing.
Oh, that's great news. Yeah, I think, this is what I keep saying is if, it's like a miracle thing, man. And it almost like rewires your brain. So you have this issue that's in your brain, and whatever it is, right, whether it's this is bothering you or that's bothering you, whatever's going on in your body or your spine or your neck or your shoulders, the cannabis kind of rewrites your brain so that everything works better, with considering the issue that you have, and then you think about the issue less and less and less. It's fucking beautiful.
Exactly, like the sister who had seizures, and then ever since she did it, she started taking that or whatever she was doing. Now she hasn't had a seizure in 8 years. It's just like shit, living testimony right there.
Yeah.
It's just like you see how good it is, and there's been about 3 stores around me already that have newly opened CBD stores around me.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. They even sell like the ointment that you can put under your tongue and stuff, and leave it there for a few seconds, and then swallow it. And it's supposed to give you like a smooth, like just a mellow buzz, if you will.
Yeah, that's a tincture. That's what when people say tinctures, that's what it is they're talking about. It's like you put some drops under your tongue, and then it kind of dissolves, basically.
Yeah, they even had dog treats and everything in the store I went in, because I seen it, and I was like, what's this?
Yeah.
I was like, hey, let me check it out, man. Shoot. And yeah, they had all kinds of interesting things,
Yeah. No,
So
I want to grow some CBD strains for the dogs, but they're good with the THC. I mean, they're they don't really have a problem with that. The girl dog had a problem with it at first. She would not eat anything, or I could get her to eat it. I could trick her into it, but she's like, no. She would eat around like cannabis butter and stuff. Like I'd put it in a tortilla or something, and she'd eat all around the tortilla and not get that part. But and then Rufus would get twice as much. He's like, I'll take that. But I got her now. She totally doesn't seem to have a problem with it anymore. She was having a little issue where she would yelp. She would like go to move, and then she'd like let out a yelp. And I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? And it just started like 2 months ago. So we were like or maybe 3 months ago. So we're like in the middle of this fucking whole plague thing, And I was like, well, I gotta get her to eat some fucking weed. And I was like, take this, take it, eat it. And she ate it. It was a peanut butter cookie, she ate it. And I could tell that she started feeling better, and she's completely stopped yelping, and she's just way better now. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That's what man, and the only reason that we don't have it, I mean, we already know it's because of the pharmaceuticals. They're going to lose so much money, and God forbid, they make their wealth out of people being fucking sick. That's how sick this place is, that they're more than happy to make, money hand over fist. When right there, it's medicinal. You can use marijuana, and it's good for so many ailments. It's like, oh my God, man.
Yeah.
These guys, it's horrible.
No, it's not just the pharmaceuticals, though, Michelle. It's like the alcohol industry is terrified of it. The tobacco. I mean, these people all have powerful lobbyists, right? So the tobacco industry is terrified of it. The cotton industry is terrified of it. The fucking the big oil, the big petroleum is terrified of it. You can literally fuel a diesel engine with a few $100s worth of improvements on hemp seed oil. So, this could, we could, instead of fucking polluting you can have this very clean burning hemp oil. So all these people are terrified of it. It's not just Big Pharma.
Yeah, there are so many alternatives, and it's just like the same thing with gasoline. Look at Willie Nelson. Look what he was trying to do with the ethanol, the corn, everything. It's like shit. There we go. It's like all these farmers, they can't sell their products or whatever. Shit, that would have been something. That would have got us away from the oil industry as well. But again, look how he got shot down,
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is that there's a lot of really powerful industries that just basically control the world. And they're all terrified of hemp or cannabis being legalized.
I know, but some of those sons of bitches are taking advantage of it now. By going over, they're trying to do a takeover over there in California and shit. Now all these big dogs with a lot of money pushing the little guy out.
Yeah.
They just can't get enough.
Yeah. Well, if they're they have this saying, Michelle, if you can't beat them, join them, right? So if there's the big money to be made, we better join the big money to be made. Otherwise, we're missing out.
You're right, because one of those clips, wasn't it an ex-Goldman Sachs executive?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, great. Now they're going to infiltrate that shit. It won't be long when they're going to get together with Monsanto and let's put some GMO shit in it and fuck it up. You know?
Well, that's my fucking terror of legalization, is that they're gonna say, okay, these are the strains that you can grow, and they're all gonna come from Monsanto. You know.
Oh yeah, just like they took over for the farmers.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna buy seeds from us, and you're not gonna have seeds that you can use the next season.
Right.
You must buy every year.
Right.
And they wonder why the farmers are broke.
Yeah.
It's not because of virus, motherfuckers. They wonder why their crops are going to waste in the fields. It's not because of that. It's because you fuckers, you know, there's no one there to harvest the vegetables. So the farmers are losing out and shit. So yeah, they got them by the balls, man. Poor farmers.
Yeah, it's always been a hard life, but I mean, the way it is now, the little guy just to survive seems impossible. I don't know how those people do it. It seems like a never-ending struggle for them, you know.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's a damn shame, but you know, either way they'll figure it out. You know, because we always end up on top, no matter what happens. It's like shit. Maybe the world around you is blowing up, but shit, in your world, if your family's fine, you're fine. You know, just be happy.
I'm telling you. I mean, look, if they're, you know, we're gonna get through this, and it may not turn out the way we want it to turn out, but it's gonna turn out okay. And you know how I know that is because that's how it always is. It's always been like, oh my God, how are we gonna get through this? And then, but the truth is, we always get through it, and it may not be the way we want, but it's always kind of okay. So we'll get there, you guys. Just hang tough and don't buy into the bullshit that you know you've been telling yourself for the last 10, 12, 15 years not to buy into, right?
Yeah. And it's like we're not, I mean, we're full of empathy, man. Your show shows it time and time again. You know, we feel for the people that, you know, have died or are sick and everything else. It's like, but do I have to be like crying all the fucking time or something? Like, what is it that I can do so that way people don't judge me because I feel happy today? You know? It's like, can you guys just relax? Like, just relax and just say, you know, everybody, you know, this is supposed to be a Christian nation, so pray to your God and just know that He's got it under control. What happened with the faith? Now everybody's fucking scared. You threw your faith away real quick, didn't you?
Well, I tell you, Michelle, you know, we go walk like 2 hours a day, walk. And every person that we come across, pretty much, you know, we say like, hi, a beautiful day. And, you know, they all have smiles on their face and they're friendly. I mean, a lot of them are like, you know, they cross the street and shit like that. But they're still waving hi and they still have smiles on their faces. And they're like, yeah, it's such a beautiful day. I can't believe it, you know. So in the middle of the plague, we're all agreeing what a beautiful day it is. So there you go, Michelle.
And yeah, exactly. And that's why I say that's because you fuckers on the West Coast are eating enough marijuana, damn it. That's everybody's fucking happy-go-lucky over there. You guys, oh, I'm jealous. Like, shit, I wish that shit would move over here.
It sounds like you got a fucking CBD store. It sounds like it's headed that direction. Right?
Yeah, because it's busy all the fucking time. You're right about that, Mike. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Hey, silver lining. All right.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, I'm no fan of Texas, and you would have to pay me a lot of fucking money to spend any time at all there. But when you see, like you're saying, a CBD store and they have pet treats and they have this and they have that, you know that it's headed the right direction.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I used to hustling and bustling, man. When they first opened up, it was just like fucking Black Friday over here.
Right on.
I was like, shit, that's what got my attention.
Yeah.
Because I was all this fucking something shit. Now all of a sudden I seen CBD. I was like, I went on there like, hey, what's up? Like, shit.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little secret, Michelle. Okay?
Yes.
There are marijuana plants or hemp cannabis plants that don't really have any THC. And that's what they use to make the CBD products. And you, if CBD is legal, can grow those plants.
Really? And you know what?
It makes sense to me.
In the of that, of all different kinds of strains, like,
Yeah, no, they have a whole bunch. It's a whole brand new market, the CBD market, and honestly, I mean, if you're gonna be, it sounds like they're getting full price over there for for their products, and it seems like, if you're gonna go that far, if you're gonna want to ingest this, to see how good it is, to see if it works, it'd be really good to know if you were starting with amazing products. And the only way to really know that is if you're growing your own flowers, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. And not too long ago, they even had it on the news here that said that some of these rich ass farmers that have, these ranches and actually ranches, not really farmers, but all these guys that had ranches, they were all on there talking about, and there was this guy with his good old freaking expensive Stetson hat talking about, well, I just want it to be legalized over here so I could start, turning my ranch to some land, to start, cultivating and all this and that. And I was like, so they are talking about it over here.
Hell
but,
yeah.
We'll see how fast it moves.
It's such, I mean, for the farmers, if they really fucking took the stupid fucking laws off of growing flowers, for the farmers, it would be one of those things where the little guy might actually be able to save their farms. If they could take their lovely flower cannabis crop to the farmers market that they go to every week and sell their beautiful flowers to their weekly customers, and maybe some brownies or some cookies or something like that. Oh my God, it could save so many fucking little family farms across the United States. It would be a godsend, and it always has been a godsend. And for whatever reason, the evil motherfuckers that run our country refuse to acknowledge what an incredible godsend it's been. In fact, they make it into an evil thing. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, they do. You know why? Because they can't stand to see the fucking peasants happy. God damn it.
Yeah.
That's why they can't have that kind of shit.
Right.
And they sure hell can't see the peasants being healthy, because after all, they're on their own little fucking depopulation thing. How is that going to help their agenda?
And they make money off of them being not healthy, too.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's when they care about, they talk about depopulation and shit. That's one of the things right there. Keep people sick. First you go in there for one sickness. Next thing you know, well, now I got to go and take 2 more medicines to combat that first sickness because of the side effects. And then, oh shit, now I got to take another 2 to take care of those fucking 3 pills of this. And it's a never ending fucking thing. And they're fucking making money on how sick we are. And it's a damn shame that people don't fucking wake up and see that shit. But the videos that you had on tonight is like, fuck, hey, it's out there. People are talking about it. They're doing studies. It's like, finally, at least, they're getting some kind of fucking airtime, which is good. People need to understand it, that it's not just, all they think about is just a bunch of hippies at Woodstock getting high and jamming. That's all they're worth. It's like, that's all they see. And it's time to put them in a different light.
Well, that's not what they see. No, Michelle. What they see is they see criminals and they see drug addicts, okay? They see people who, like in the movies, are just fuck-ups and they commit crimes. And they commit the crimes because they're addicted to the weed. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, right on.
Yeah.
And that's why they make it look like it's worse than fucking coke. Because they know a lot more people would benefit from smoking marijuana than, fucking doing coke, because coke, you're not going to heal nothing. So by knowing that most of the people are going to fucking do it for their benefit, whether it's to calm down your anxiety, whether it's to stop seizures, it doesn't matter. Like I said, whether it's, to put ointment on a sore spot on you after work or whatever, all that shit's medicinal. It's like people would be so much fucking calmer, and we would actually have a society of not being scared to walk around because you might have a joint and you're going to do 20 years because you got a joint.
Yeah.
That's
right. And see, the thing is, if you're, in Texas, I imagine you could do 20 years if you had a joint. But the thing is that for a lot of people, and it makes sense if if your brain doesn't work quite right, that if you're going to do 20 years for a joint, you might as well do 20 years for cocaine. We might as well do 20 years for heroin, because it's going to give you, a little bit more boost, and you might as well get your money's worth out of your fucking 20 years. You know what I'm saying? It's this fucking weird, messed up, fucked up shit. And it's so dangerous. I mean, the idea that people's lives can be completely destroyed because they had a baggie full of flowers is disgusting.
And and that's what a lot of people think, that right away you're gonna go to, you know what, since you're gonna get busted for weed, you might as well do something stronger. Now see, I fucking debunk that shit, because even if I'm gonna get 20 years for weed or coke, I have no interest in coke.
Yeah.
I can do my weed and do my time if that's what I gotta do.
Yeah, no, look, the thing is, though, what I'm saying is that for some people, it's I'm just saying, it's just they're basically equate this safe thing with all the other substances. They say, oh, this drug is gonna fuck up your life, marijuana is gonna fuck up your life, and then they say, oh, cocaine's gonna fuck up your life. Well, they lied about marijuana,
Yeah, because marijuana is a fucking gateway drug, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I say, yeah, it's a gateway drug. If anybody's gonna be careful, it's that motherfucking fridge, because I'm gonna fuck it up. That's the only gateway it's gonna lead me to. It's not gonna lead me to anything else. If you try to put it hand in hand, that's like, you guys are fucking ridiculous.
Well, it's the gateway. It's the gateway out, Michelle. I mean, it's if you actually do have serious addiction problems, the quickest resolution, again, is you start eating as much marijuana as you can, and in a few days you will forget what it was you were addicted to.
Fuck yeah, it's the release of your serotonins and everything. Everything starts to be like, okay, it's not that serious, It's just like, I can't control it, so you gotta fucking let it go. Let it ride. What can you do if it's out of your control? It makes it easier for you to accept that kind of thing and not be so anxiety about, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Just fucking relax. Just relax, and then you'll start thinking clearly. I mean, believe it or not, I feel like I do my best thinking when I'm high.
And that's one of the things that I try and tell people. Again, if your brain is covered in cannabinoid receptors, there must be a reason for that, which means it's fueled by cannabinoids. Then maybe you do some of your best thinking when you are high, because your brain is properly fueled.
You and all Bill Nye, the science guy, man. You're using double syllables and triple syllables and shit. What the fuck? I don't know, but I know that it fucking makes me relax more,
Yeah, well, I'm saying that I believe that the brain is fueled by cannabis, at least partially. There's probably a lot of other things that we eat and stuff that really help to fuel the brain, but there's no doubt in my mind a very significant portion of what the brain needs to be fueled properly is cannabis. There's no doubt.
And you know what? And you'd be right, because you know how we talk about, how people have been programmed since that's just the way it's been.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's funny, because it does seem to me like that kind of evens it out.
It's one of the deprogramming tools for sure.
Absolutely, man. Just to get out of your mind for a minute and just fucking be happy and and just like, shit, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Instead of being in a spot where all you see is everything around you is on fire and you can't get out of it, this at least fucking gives you a chance to just, mellow, just, everything's going to be all right. And that's how it is. Just because we don't mourn every single freaking minute.
Well, it's not just yeah, go ahead. It's not just that, Michelle. It's when you say everything is on fire, it's that everything has always been on fire for as long as I can fucking remember. Okay? Yeah. And it's just, and I mean, I can run around saying, everything's on fucking fire! Or I can fucking say, hey, how you doing? and you know, we can connect, or I can scream at you that everything's on fire. And if I scream at you continuously that everything's on fire, the connection that we have is going to be not as good as if we can just actually be people and relate to each other as people, as opposed to these fucking terrified fucking piss ants who are afraid they're going to get stepped on any second.
Yeah, you're right about that, because once you start, you know, it's like you can change the demeanor of anything in any situation. And that's exactly what it would create, is nothing but what we see on the television, on fucking, you know, news media. That's what we see, is the fear factor all the fucking time. And it's like, yeah, we get it. But they lived back in the 1950s and 1960s with germs and shit. Now all of a sudden we're supposed to be more scared of the bacteria because they show it to you on TV. This is what it looks like. That shit's been on your fucking hands your lifetime. And that's how we get an immune system built up. By not babying your fucking kids, by letting them go outside and play in the fucking dirt, get their immune system up. Yeah. You know? It's just like now you see it, and it's just everything like, ooh, be scared, be scared, be scared. So nobody wants to tune into a fucking station that all they want to do is be scared. We already got Fox News, all them goddamn stations. We already got them for that.
Yeah.
We need an outlet to where it's like, you know what? We already know what the fuck is going on around us, but us bitching about it or being scared or you trying to scare me about it isn't going to change a fucking thing. And so you got to release your fucking mind. You can't allow them to take, you know, space in your fucking mind of just fear, 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 fear. Because if that's it, then hand me your fucking cash, because that's got a lot of fucking bacteria on it, and I'll be happy to take care of it, you know. Just send it to you, Mike, and I'll take, you know, take a little cut out of it, you know, and shit.
Yeah, well, just understand why they want you to be afraid. Fear. Understand why. Because then when they say, oh, you have to get this shot, oh, you have to have this, everyone has to have this test, then you just fucking line up and you take the shot and you take the test. Because you're fucking terrified that something bad is going to happen if you don't.
Yeah, and that's why I feel that that's what happened this time around. It's like, the vaccine, you know, people dying from the flu was going down, down, down every year. And it seems to me like people are wising up about, okay, why am I taking this toxic vaccine if I'm not sick? And then they find themselves sick. People start figuring that shit out. So the next thing you know, let's turn it up another fucking notch, because there's not enough of us, you know, fucking, you know, leaving as it is. So now we have this fucking virus, which hasn't even killed as many as a regular flu season would. But, you know, I just don't think that people need to be scared, because, you know, just pray. You know, that's all you gotta fucking do. Y'all believe, y'all act like y'all believe and shit like that. Well, then just freaking pray. But it doesn't mean that you can't laugh. It doesn't mean that you can't have fun.
You don't need to pray. I mean, and fear is no fucking reason to pray. I mean, unless it gives you some kind of fucking solitude where you feel stronger because you prayed. Good. Then yeah, go ahead. But look. I mean, the reason to pray is to give thanks for what you have. That's the reason to pray. Now, but other than that, look, the fear is not good for your immune system. There's a whole bunch of reasons not to fear. But mostly it's because you are the top of the food chain. You can see what's going on around you. You can judge what is safe and what is not. You can see when someone's coughing. You can hear when someone's coughing. You know, there's a whole bunch of things. You don't need to be babysat. You don't need to have your hand held, and you don't need to be told you can't leave your house, because that's not the way that this is supposed to be. You know, that this country was founded on exactly the opposite of that.
Right.
Yeah.
And you don't need to see on the news every minute, run for your lives, be fearful, when not too long ago they were calling it a hoax and you fucking COVIDiot, you know? This is not true. And next thing you know, oh my God, you guys are all gonna die. Well, which is it?
Yeah.
Every time you see a press conference with Trump, You see how many, 14, 15 people around him? What message are you trying to send? Do we stay 6 feet apart or don't we?
Yeah, I hear you. I see them touching each other, too.
Well, of course, sticky. I'm going to leave that alone.
Yeah.
God damn, that's loaded. But yeah, you see, that's why I'm like, you got to live your life. They are. You think they're losing sleep over this shit?
Yeah. You think Donald Trump stopped banging Playboy bunnies? I don't think so.
Yeah, you think they're sitting there fucking, oh my gosh, this is so awful. People are dying. If you really believe that, oh my God. I got a bridge in fucking the Sahara Desert I want to sell you, man. Shit. You know, it's crazy. But no, man, this was a good day. It was a good day all day. Shit. 420, man.
Yeah, right on. Well, I'm glad you don't miss all the COVID-19 fucking stories, Michelle. And
I'm not a COVID idiot. That's what I heard was somebody say. Don't be a COVID idiot.
Yeah, good plan.
Perfect, man. Just calm the fuck down. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I'm glad you're having a good day, and happy 420, Michelle. And I gotta take a quick break, so I'm looking forward to talking to you again soon. Okay.
Okay, and I'm glad you planted that seed today too on 420, man.
Yeah, we'll have a flower to grow, all of us together every day from now on.
All right, sweet, Mike. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Michelle. Good to hear from you. Happy 420.
Happy 420, buddy.
Bye. All right, so I have another clip here, and I love the clip because at the beginning of the clip they say people have the right to smoke the marijuana they want to smoke. I think that's a beautiful thing, so I wanted to play that for you.
I think everybody has the right to smoke marijuana, medicinally or real.
And there was a party on the steps of the BC legislature for day one of cannabis legalization. Just one pot shop has been given the official go-ahead to open today, so most legal sales have been made online. But by this afternoon, many products on the BC Cannabis Store website had sold out. This sold out sign also appeared in Yellowknife. One liquor store assuring customers they will have more stock tomorrow, they promise. And while pot sales may be up, that's not necessarily true of cannabis shares. By the time the Toronto Stock Exchange closed, Canopy Growth had fallen more than 4% to just over $65. Aurora Cannabis down almost 3% to just over $13. But at least one firm, Aphria, had a pretty good day, up almost 4%. Analysts can't seem to agree on an explanation for these mixed results. Some say the hype around legalization is dying down. Others say the market is just taking a breather after its meteoric rise. And boy, this one didn't take long. Just 1 hour after legalization, Winnipeg police issued a cannabis-related driving ticket. Around 1 a.m., officers served this notice to a driver for consuming pot in a car, and yes, that is a $672 fine. It prompted police to tweet out a reminder saying, look, just like alcohol, consuming cannabis is legal, and like alcohol, consuming it in your vehicle is not. So day one of legal pot looked different across the country. Lots of long lines in front of stores in some cities, no lines at all in others. Maybe interest is low, or maybe people are buying on the net. So how interested are Canadians really? We checked in with 4 reporters across Canada, starting with Briar Stewart in Kamloops, BC.
If you're looking to pick up pot in BC today, this is the only store in the province where you can do it legally. It's called the BC Cannabis Store, and it's run by the government. We got a quick tour of the store this morning while a crowd of about 100 stood in line until the doors opened, and they could go in and make their first legal purchases. Now, it's worth noting that some of the very first people who were in line work for cannabis companies, so they were only too happy to show off the products they bought.
Yeah! Lemon skunk!
But there were plenty of other customers, and reviews were mixed.
Now that I can purchase it legally, my money will go to the government instead of going somewhere else.
It was really expensive, and it's really unorganized in there. It's not going to meet the needs of British Columbians, and it's going to keep the black market driving.
It's ironic in a province with a plethora of pot shops that there's only one legal store open today. A few that were operating have closed up because they were worried about being shut down, but most are still selling, waiting to be licensed. In the future, there will be public and private stores, but right now, anyone who wants to do their shopping legally will have to stand in this queue or go online to a government-run website. But one province over, there's much more choice.
Here in Alberta, the private sector is handling the legalization of pot, and across the province at 17 stores, people got in long lines like this one, trying to be some of the first to score weed legally here in Alberta.
We're the second country in the world to legalize marijuana countrywide, so it felt, I'm a part of history in a way. It's not every day you can say that.
The liquor stores in Alberta were privatized decades ago, and this pot shop is actually part of a chain that includes both weed and alcohol retailers. Now, several Nova cannabis stores opened in Alberta today, and the company's CEO hopes that is just the beginning.
There's 4 today that are opening, and we anticipate 32 more within a year.
Now, the key to that expansion, low prices aimed at taking market share from traditional illegal dealers. Well, very early days, but so far at least it seems to be working. The lines inside are still long and filled with satisfied customers.
Dozens of private stores like this one are also waiting to open their doors. They should get the green light for that by the end of the month. But some provincial governments across the country have opted to take full control instead.
I'm in Halifax, where they have been lined up down the street and around the corner. Now, here in Nova Scotia, the retail cannabis experience is a little bit unique. The government, which owns all of the stores, has this standalone store where people can buy cannabis. But most customers in this province will buy their marijuana in the same building where they buy their alcohol, albeit in an adjacent room. If anyone thought there was a stigma around being seen buying pot, well, that is apparently not expected to be an issue here. In a province where it turns out people apparently really like to smoke marijuana.
I went for one of everything.
Fact is, Nova Scotia has the highest rate of cannabis consumption of any province in Canada. 23% of residents have reported using cannabis in this province in the previous 3 months, according to Statistics Canada. Of course, that begs the question, how much pent-up demand will there be for cannabis here in this province? No one really knows that, but consider this. The Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation wanted to have about 300 products for sale today. It only has about a third of that.
We're working really hard. We're honestly doing our best to get as much product here as we can, as are the licensed producers. It's a process.
The armored trucks carrying cannabis have been unloading here over the last few days, but get this, NSLC's current supply is only expected to last them about 3 weeks.
Here in Regina, the supply put a bit of a damper on the day. If you were hoping to take part in the excitement of buying legal cannabis in one of the province's major centers, this is what you came across: locked doors. That's because some of the province's private retailers simply didn't have enough pot or weren't ready for day one. And those that did open are upping their prices.
It's supply and demand, right? And I think that it's just like any market. The market is the market, and when there's not a lot of product, the price goes up.
Too expensive. We'll wait. See if the price comes down.
It's just a matter of time before everything gets up and rolling and going.
That will be up to each retailer to decide once they think they have enough supply to meet demand.
So as you heard there are obviously some concerns about whether the supply for cannabis can meet the demand in this first year. So while this brand new industry does everything it can to ramp up production and try and get product on the shelves, Diane Buckner explains that it's putting tremendous pressure on the agricultural sector and the small towns that support it.
This is our corridor. We've basically fixated on saying this is where we want the greenhouse industry to locate.
Mayor John Patterson is driving up Highway 77 in Essex County, Ontario. Easy to see why this is called the greenhouse capital of Canada.
Greenhouse peppers and tomatoes, and they're developing into strawberries, eggplant, and a number of other products. So,
including cannabis.
Well, yes. So that's the newbie. Yeah.
The town has been struggling to keep up with how much water and electricity all these greenhouses need. Now suddenly, cannabis is adding to that demand.
We have provided, as you can see, the hydro now. We've addressed that need. We've addressed the water need, and we have addressed the natural gas need.
Now, another $80 million is needed for a new sewer line.
Leamington's too small. We're going to need provincial and federal help on this.
Agriculture has grown gradually over decades around this town of 32,000 people. Now with the booming pot industry, suddenly the pressure is on.
Cleared, putting up our phase 1 of a very large cannabis cultivation facility.
So it's just off Highway 77, this CEO is in a hurry.
All right, so I had to cut that. Clip short. They were not showing enough pictures of pretty flowers. That's what I really liked about all the other clips. Was it's 420 show, and there's all these clips of pretty flowers growing everywhere, and that's what I love. So. And that's what I wanted to share with you, and that's what we did this evening. So thanks so much for tuning in. And remember, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. And we have a new little project started right here. We did that tonight. And tomorrow I'll update. We'll put it in some dirt or in a paper towel or something. And then the next day we'll put it in some dirt, something like that. And then the next day we'll put it under a light. Oh my God, it's so exciting. And then it'll be this big, and then it'll be this big, and then it'll be this big. It's gonna be so much fun. And then we'll make it the desk flower. So during the show, we'll bring the flower out and we'll put it on the desk, and we'll keep that all the time from now on. We'll have the flower on the desk all the time for Mox News, because it seems like an appropriate thing to have on a Mox News desk. At least for me. I mean, to me it does. All right, so again, we do it every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. We will be back here tomorrow night, same Mox time, same Mox channel. I am starving, and it's teethy brushing day, so I got to go brush the doggy's teeth. But until tomorrow, thanks so much for tuning in, and it's always better when you're here. Never forget, okay? So, and remember, one of these days, this war is going to end. Where the fuck is my mouse at? One of these days, blah, blah. No, excuse me. One of these days, this war is going to end.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. MoxNews.com.
Are going to start on 10 and count backwards, and you can do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. What time is it? All right. Cool. Man, I can't tell you how long we've been looking forward to looking back on this time. Okay.
What time is it? 4:20.
I want to remind you of a couple quick things that I have a responsibility to talk to you about. And do we have? I mean, we have fire extinguisher or something. I don't know what's going on. I want to tell you that we passed I-75 last year, making simple possession of Lewis police priority in the city limits. And the Seattle Police Department the city of Seattle has respected that. There was an article in the Seattle Times not too long ago showing that marijuana arrests have plummeted since the pass of I-75. I want to thank the Seattle Police Department who put their lives on the line every day for us. When I'm in trouble, I do not call any of you guys. I call the Seattle Police Department. And they have shown that they respect the law, so let's be responsible. Let's show them our respect all year long, not just at HempFest. Let's show them our respect all year long. The Port Police Department, the Port of Seattle Police Department, they also put their lives on their line to protect us and make sure, that the Homeland Security with stuff coming in our ports, that nothing blows up or anything like that from the crazy terrorists that are across the oceans that want to hurt us and all that stuff. For whatever reason, I want to thank the fire department, the Seattle Fire Department, and first responder medics who are here and who are everywhere. They are the heroes of 911, the police and the medics. They're the ones that died on 911 along with thousands of civilians. The civilians were trying to get out. They had no way to escape. But the police and fire department, they knew what was happening and they went in anyway. And they lost their lives. And I don't know, if that's not cool enough for you, giving up your life to protect people, I don't know what is. So can we give a thank you to those that aren't here and those that are? 1, 2, 3. You are the best crowd in the world! Give yourselves a hand, but not too much, you'll slap somebody next to you.
You're the stonedest crowd in the world!
Okay, can we get a couple more 100 people up on stage? I'm just kidding, it's all good. No worries. Cougar, come on, let's make it quick, Cougar.
Make some
What you
music.
got going on here, man?